Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Why? Why did I have no sound, OBS? It has no answer for me. It never has an answer for me. So, as promised, we're shifting to, long Tuesdays and Thursdays because having two completely separate streams... Ooh, like a bald spot? Nah, just my hair, just my gray looking like a bald spot. Okay. To protect people's streams, partially, because having two separate streams was difficult. And also to Lord almighty headphones, not today, just stay dual audio until some magic income appears in my life, please. Okay. So, if I look like I'm hunching over, it's because I rediscovered my squishy succulent the other day, so he's actually on my lap. So, we'll be doing a day game and then an intermission, and then depending how long I play the day game, there'll be an evening game while Hollow Knight is around, because changing the time that Hollow Knight starts is it's far too late for that. So there'll be like a 4 or 5 to 7 game, or just chatting if I'm feeling spicy, and that's 1001 spikes. That's next on the list. The day game, I'm just going to play until I'm done with it, so if we hit a good stopping point, there might be a long intermission. And everyone will just enjoy a channel that's running for nothing. So let's get started. For 28 Shibuya Scramble, if you remember from last time, we saved Himiko, and Maria was kidnapped. Hi, Simple. And we had to run away with her, but she was like, let's get moving. Or she basically said, I don't want to trouble you, so I'm going to go do this on my own, even though she was so terrified she couldn't even move forward when Achi found her. And they got a gun put in their face. And that's when we left off. So today we're going to pick up there. We're also going to meet a bunch of new characters because we've finished the 10 o'clock time block. It's going to be a lot. I believe this game only takes place in the course of 2 days or 1 day. Like last week, I do this kind of like ASMR where I just read this to you The game does have terms that you need to identify, and I say, I repeat the term, and then say defined, and read the summary. Sometimes they are gags, sometimes they're cultural information about Japan, which is really helpful. It does have a mechanic called jumping, where you jump from character's perspective to character's perspective. But it is the kind of thing that you can just listen to in the background. Good morning. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Game 2, please. So... Wait. Did we actually select game 2, or did we just... Okay. On to 11. On to 11 o'clock. How you doing, Simple? How's your morning?
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. The man shot out onto a major thoroughfare, then bolted up a pedestrian bridge. This is our kidnapping suspect. Just where the heck was this guy heading? Halfway across the bridge, the man stopped abruptly. Cautious, Kano stopped as well. Your teeth are like mine, sir. Height, roughly 190 centimeters. Age, 30s. Hair, dark brown. Clothing, all black. A moment later, the man flashed a triumphant sneer, and he held up the attaché case. Before Kano could even yell stop, it was already too late. The man threw the attaché case down to the roadway below. No! Panicking, Kano peered over the railing. A man on a motorcycle was waiting beneath the bridge. I've been had. Kano bit his lip, hard. Damn it! Kano sprinted back down the bridge, hearing the bike's engine roar to life. He had to make it in time. Descending the stairs 4 at a time, he leapt toward the roadway, but the bike sped out of reach, and roared away in the direction of Yoyogi, leaving Kano in its dust. Looking back up at the overpass, he saw the man who'd thrown the attaché case running away. He handed the money off to someone else. He's currently on a motorcycle heading toward Yoyogi. His report to Kuze complete. Kano slumped down in dismay. The cops had played right into the criminal's hands. Now the crooks were getting away, and people's lives were in danger. Was there any greater failure for a policeman? Staring off into the distance where the man who'd thrown the case had disappeared, Kano gritted his teeth. To be continued. Oh no! I've got work for you. It's like totally bogus. What makes any of this my crimes? I'm going to guess that this was released episodically in Japan, because these entry screens don't necessarily make sense for one collected game. We're gonna go ahead and do what we've already done. I want to know how that banana hand image will come into play. Me too. Me too. So, as mentioned last Tuesday, the VOD of what has been played before on this is missing. So we're replaying some of it, but we're actually quite close to where we would have been. So we're gonna do Osawa. Wealth, status, honor. None of these mean anything to me. All I want is a peaceful life. To put worry behind me. Stay calm and serene. To be free of worldly concerns. Free. At any cost. This is the pop artist that was on the screen in downtown Shibuya. A cheery rhythm pumped from the CD player set up against the study wall. It was the latest hit from Aya Kamiki, the songwriter sensation who is blowing up the pop charts. She is a very thinly veiled Ayumi Hamasaki clone. Kenji Osawa reached for the stereo remote on his desktop. He ratcheted the volume up a little louder. He looked like the sort of man who'd be more interested in classical music, but in fact he was a huge fan of the girl rock popular with middle schoolers. Closing his eyes, he swayed back and forth in time with the music, humming his favorite lyrics under his breath. But his movements faltered. It's no use. Aya's voice usually soothed whatever ailed him, but today even she couldn't help. Today, Osawa was a complete wreck, in both body and mind. Identify the infection route of UA virus, Yasushi Shirakawa, PhD, Senior Researcher, Okushi Microbiological Research Unit. UA is the common term for a group of viruses belonging to UA-like viruses family Filoviridae, which cause UA virus fulminant hemorrhagic fever. The disease has a high death rate, 80% to 99%, and lead to a range of symptoms, including general body acute pain, diarrhea along with bleeding, vomiting, blood, internal and external bleeding, vomiting blood, internal and external bleeding, and extremely high fever. Main cause of the death is almost always hypovolemic shock. These are papers that are marked as restricted, no copy, for internal use only, on his desk. Mounds of paperwork were scattered across the desktop at his study, all of it about viruses and vaccines. It had only been a week since he'd returned from a business trip to his company's branch office in the U.S., and he was slated to go back in another week's time. There was a truly staggering amount of work he needed to get through while he was at home. He picked up one of the papers, glanced at it aimlessly, then tossed it back onto the desk. Slumping back in his chair, he let out a long, deep sigh. Filoviridae is the same virus family of Ebola. He was in no mental state to work right now. A faint knock at the door barely roused him from his torpor. Director, may I come in? It was his vice director, Mamoru Tanaka. Sure. The door's open. Tanaka came into the study. I know it's not a great time, but Osawa could barely make out his words. He tapped the remote, lowering the volume of the music. Tanaka continued apologetically. A call came in from the lab. They're hoping for a response to the email they sent yesterday. I'm sure they don't need it today. Apparently they do need an answer as soon as possible, sir. I did ask them to give you some more time, but... I see, Osawa said warily. All right, then. Tanaka dipped his head slightly and slipped out of the room. Osawa contemplated his colleague. Tanaka was a man he could truly depend on. He has enough of his own work to do. He didn't need to come here again today, but he did. He'd been working in close concert ever since Osawa had gotten back to Japan. Without Tanaka's support, there was no way he would be in a mindset to do any work at all right now. I'm gonna go ahead and say Osawa, even though I'm pretty sure. Well, Japanese tends to be primary or in immediate or first syllable stressed, but I don't think I've ever heard it said Osawa, so I'm gonna say Osawa. Sidling up to his computer, Osawa opened his email program and started answering the work-related messages. He reported on his business travel expenses, offered his opinions on capital investments, requested confirmation on current medical stockpiles. He worked with bleak detachment. None of this meant anything to him right now. Then a new email appeared in his inbox. The sender was identified simply as A. The subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. The message body was blank, but there appeared to be multiple images attached. Ordinarily, Osawa would have deleted a message like this immediately, assuming that it contained some kind of virus. But the words, South Africa, drew his attention. Could this possibly be related to? He couldn't help but to wonder. For a long moment he hovered the cursor over one of the image files. At last, as if spurred on by the upbeat rhythm in his ears, he double-clicked the mouse. This is a very blurry picture of a pile of dead bodies, generally black. What is this? The grainy photograph showed a large room with a dozen or so people laid out in beds. It appeared to be some sort of medical ward. Osawa felt a strange flutter in his chest. He quickly opened another image. This one showed a close-up of one of the patients in his bed. Large red blotches covered his face. A large volume of blood appeared to be dripping from his ears and nostrils. A cold shudder ran up Osawa's spine. What the hell? These symptoms. Osawa opened up the remaining image files. Each new picture showed another of the patients. They all appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. There was no doubt about it. These people were infected with the UA virus. When it's not both capitalized, I tend to say UA, but I'm going to say UA. The UA virus belongs to the family Filaviridae, genus UA-like virus. This actually happens a lot in viral studies. Is they don't even bother with Latin for the genus. It is a member of the same family as the Ebola virus and causes UA virus fulminant hemorrhagic fever. It is capable of airborne transmission, although an infected individual cannot pass on the infection before symptoms manifest. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have assigned the virus to risk group 4, their classification for the most dangerous infectious agents. So even if someone were sick and not showing symptoms, they couldn't pass it on, meaning generally it responds well to quarantine. But how? Questions tumbled through Osawa's mind. His fingers tapped out a quick message. He doubted he'd get a response, but he might as well try. Dadaka. Where are these images from? And this is why sometimes I say, Ua, enjoy, simple. Eat some tasty food. Zem says Latin is fake anyway. Modern Latin is, yeah. The Ua virus got its name from a Swahili word for flower. Supposedly this was based on the fact that the propagated form of the virus resembled the petals of a flower. Despite the flowery name, however, the disease was anything but pretty. Ua.
Now
didn't just
displaying a
mean-
message for YouTube.
Thanks, Trixie. Flower. It also meant to kill. And as the name suggested, the virus had a mortality rate of 100% in those it managed to infect. Because most details regarding the Ua virus have been suppressed, cases of Ua infection are largely unknown to the world at large. Because all patients known to be infected with the virus on official record have died within a short time frame, the mortality rate is given as 100%. As the incidence of known cases grows, the number may drop below 100%, but the mortality rate will likely remain extraordinarily high. Moreover, there was a very short incubation period between infection, the onset of symptoms, and death. Onset of symptoms defined. Inhaled viral particles can spread from the lungs to the lymph nodes, and from there disperse throughout the body. The virus propagates in several places, including liver cells and macrophages, a component of the immune system, and destroys the endothelial cells within blood vessels. Upon reaching the brain, it forms a neural sludge of blood mixed with other bodily fluids. Within roughly 12 hours, bleeding would set in throughout the body, everywhere but the bones and muscles, with lethal results. Due to its incredibly high mortality rate. Have fun, Zem, if you can. The disease's very existence had been kept hidden from public knowledge. Sawa's computer chimed to signify the arrival of a new email. The sender was a... Hey, don't sass me. I think this is less likely to interrupt the text. He hurried to open the message. Once again, the subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. Your crimes. So I stared at those two words. My crimes? That left him only with further questions. He looked again at the images from the previous email. What makes any of this my crime? He could see that the patient's bleeding was severe. He estimated that several hours had passed since the onset of the disease. It wouldn't be long before their lives were cut short. To feel that agony, that suffering, and then to perish. Am I to blame for that? Another faint knock came at the door. Darling, do you have a moment? It was his wife. Just not happy with this chat placement. We're gonna go all the way up there, chat. Be like 2 lines. Give me just a second. Also, I'll hurriedly close the mail program. Even if this was nothing more than some sick prank, there wasn't anything he wanted his family to see. Especially not I. All right, come in. But Osawa turned to see that I had already let herself into the study. Sharp sting of her perfume made him scrunch up his face for a moment. Have you reconsidered the whole America thing? She asked. This again. Also a thought suddenly to himself. Please, he said. Can we not discuss this right now? If not now, then when? You know this isn't a decision to just make on your own. On his latest business trip, a major American pharmaceutical firm had attempted to headhunt him, asking him to join them and be among the top researchers in the world. The money and prestige held no interest for him, and he was reluctant to turn his back on Okoshi Pharmaceutical after his many years of service. Okoshi Pharmaceutical, defined. The pharmaceutical company for which Kenji Osawa works. It is a major corporation with a solid sales network both domestically and internationally, and an annual turnover of 1 trillion yen. It holds patents for several medications that are in demand worldwide, and is influential at the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, and other political institutions. The company employs roughly 7,000 people, including 600 researchers. Nonetheless, he was intrigued by the offer. It would mean the chance to conduct his virus research in a much better funded environment. Taking the job would necessitate relocating to the US, however. When he'd mentioned the possibility of emigrating to Ai, she'd shot the idea down on the spot. Her opposition was understandable. Ai's father, Suguru Makino, was a member of Okoshi Pharmaceutical's board of directors. No way was he going to let Osawa jump ship to another company. Darling, please. I joined closer to him. Think about it from my perspective. If you leave for America, what am I supposed to tell my father? He'd gotten so used to it, that grating whine of hers. Have you considered what might happen to Okoshi if you leave, dear? We can discuss that once all this is finished. Osawa kept his voice as level as he could. You do remember that you're a director, right? I said. You have responsibilities. Stop thinking about yourself so much. With a sour look, I turned and departed. Well, he had known that moving to America would never be a simple matter, regardless of what his wife thought about it. There was another reason, however. The antiviral agent that he had developed at Okoshi. Defined antiviral agent. A therapeutic drug used to treat viral infections. Examples include the drugs used against influenza and HIV. These treatments do not eliminate the infection. Rather, they simply inhibit the development of the disease. There are still many issues with such drugs, including the risk that treated viruses possess or develop a resistance that makes the treatment ineffective. Academic institutions and pharmaceutical companies worldwide devote tremendous resources to further advancing the field of antiviral medicine. After the UA virus was discovered, infectious disease research facilities worldwide had thrown themselves into a top-secret effort to develop a vaccine. Vaccine, defined. Vaccines function by safely introducing a harmless or attenuated version of a virus or other pathogen into the human body. This triggers the body to produce antibodies against the pathogen, making it difficult for the dangerous version to take hold. Megan, too close, approaching real life. But Makino had ordered Osawa to work on creating an antiviral agent, not a vaccine. A vaccine immunized the subject in order to prevent infection in the first place. Conversely, an antiviral agent could be used to treat patients already infected. It was a so-called wonder drug for combating the virus itself. Creating such a drug was far easier said than done. Developing the antiviral had been a long, arduous road. Only after years of research had Osawa's team succeeded in identifying a substance that might qualify as an antiviral agent for UA. In theory, if it was administered during the virus's initial stages, 100% recovery could be attained. Data also suggested an 80% survival rate for patients treated shortly after the onset of symptoms. But there was a fatal flaw with the new antiviral agent. The side effects on the body were unusually potent. If it was administered in amounts beyond a certain threshold, it was linked to life-threatening complications. For a time, the research was at an impasse. It had seemed that the drug had to be administered in high volume to combat the explosive propagation of the UA virus. But then Osawa had received some fortuitous news. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' nanotechnology branch had engineered a cutting-edge device known as the DDS, Defined Nanotechnology. Technology created and or operated on an extremely small scale, often measured in nanometers. There are 1 billion nanometers in a meter. Some nanotech devices are literally regulated on the atomic level. The possibilities are ever expanding in practical fields such as medicine and material science. The United States is among the world leaders in the push for research and development. DDS, defined. Acronym for Drug Delivery System. Such a system administers ultramicroscopic drug capsules to a targeted area of the body. Osawa had jumped on it immediately. By administering his antiviral agent with the nanotech DDS, he was able to use smaller amounts of the drug to quash the UA virus with precision. The procedure was a huge success. There was a marked increase in the drug's efficacy, along with the expected decrease in adverse side effects. Defined adverse side effects. A pharmaceutical is said to have a positive effect if its use brings about the desired results when treating a medical condition. But many drugs create unwanted or unforeseen adverse effects as well. Given the extreme complexity of most drugs' interactions with the human body, nearly any medicine can have both positive and negative effects. The effects had been confirmed via animal testing on monkeys, and now the antiviral was ready for the final development stages, clinical trials on humans. Defined animal testing. Experiments involving drugs or medical techniques tested on animals to confirm their safety before they are used on humans. The 1964 Declaration of Helsinki, which lays out ethical standards for human experimentation, advocates responsible animal testing, but many animal rights advocates regard such testing as a form of animal cruelty. Fun fact, the Declaration of Helsinki was made when Black people were not considered a human. Clinical trials defined. When a new drug is being prepared for government approval, after it has been tested on animals, it must pass tests on humans, clinical trials, that evaluate its safety and suitability. Such tests are frequently conducted on both patients and healthy individuals. In Japan, the development of new drugs is often hindered by insufficient legal infrastructure for conducting clinical trials, resulting in a smaller knowledge base and fewer opportunities for testing. But the very existence of this new wonder drug was still a secret. No doubt, Okoshi's leadership would be reluctant to see Osawa, the drug's lead researcher, transfer to another company. Still, it wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. Once the antiviral was out of development and announced to the public, Osawa quit
Very
and
impressive.
clear. Meowdy, princess. For that very reason, he was loath to cause any friction over the drug right now. This anxiety only magnified his concern about the email he just received. Osawa was called up Tanaka over the intercom. There's something I want to show you. Could you come in here? He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied upon. Osawa opened the door the moment Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering his vice director inside. What's this about, sir? This. Osawa showed him one of the images. Tanaka's face went pale. It can't be. Tanaka clearly recognized the symptoms of the Ua virus. Any idea what this is about? Osawa asked. No, sir. These images were just emailed to me. The subject line says 1 year ago, South Africa. That would put it around the same time as the most recent run of infections, wouldn't it, sir? But that information isn't. Tanaka trailed off. Osawa nodded. The thing I don't understand is why these pictures were sent to me. Osawa opened the other email from A. The second message I got says that these pictures are my crimes. I'll look into this on my end, sir, Tanaka said. He hesitated uncomfortably. Sir, just to make sure Are you asking about what I think you're asking about? Osawa said. Tanaka gave a slight nod. Understood, Osawa said. Don't worry. I won't trouble you. I appreciate that, sir. Visibly relieved, Tanaka left the study. Osawa brought up a folder marked Ua virus on his screen. Within the folder were enlarged images of the virus itself. He double-clicked one of the images. It blew up on the monitor to reveal the pathogen in intricate detail. A specimen of the Ua virus was approximately 100 nanometers in diameter. 10,000 of them in line would take up barely a millimeter. But a single, tiny virion, upon entering the human body, could become 2,000 in an hour. That speed of multiplication was nothing short of astonishing. Even the Ebola virus had a typical incubation period of 7 days or so before infectees developed symptoms. Defined, Ebola virus. The virus of the family Filoviridae that causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever. Currently, 5 characterized species are known: Hai forest, Sudan, Reston, Zaire, and Bundibugyo. Ebola... Bundibugyo. Ebola is widely known for its high mortality rate. 53% for the Sudan form, 88% for the Zaire. But the Reston variety, discovered in monkeys that had been brought into the U.S., has displayed no pathogenicity in humans. For influenza, it was 1 or 2. But the onset of the Ua virus happened in a mere 12 hours. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight, no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic, nothing but simple multiplication. To Osawa, the fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like that, answers that no man could truly know. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with Ua day after day. Another email arrived in his inbox. The sender, A. The subject line, 1 year ago, South Africa, again. Osawa read the message. Do not look away. These are your crimes. This time, there were 4 images attached. Osawa proceeded to open each of them in turn. The first shocked Osawa so much that he felt like he'd been punched in the head. One of the Uwa patients from the earlier images was being injected with something. No. Osawa muttered to himself. It can't be. The second image showed one of the infected, hunched over in pain, vomiting up blood. The symptoms had already manifested, but Osawa thought he could see that some degree of life had come back into the patient's eyes. He rushed to open the third image. It showed a morgue, piled high with corpses. The rictus of anguish on the dead faces made them look no longer human. Various fluids seeped from the eyes and nostrils. The lymph nodes were grotesquely swollen. There were hospital beds stained with massive amounts of blood, gastric fluids. Next came the fourth and final image. More corpses. They had badges affixed to their chests with various labels. 6 hours passed. 12 hours passed. And 18 hours passed. Looked as if someone had been attempting live trials with the antiviral agent. Sawa didn't consider the antiviral agent ready for release. That was because his team hadn't conducted clinical trials on humans yet. And there was a good reason why such trials hadn't been conducted. There was no way to test the efficacy of the drug without an infected patient. To run a proper clinical test, someone would first need to be infected with the Uwa virus. No matter how effective animal testing had been, if the drug proved ineffective on humans, that person would have a guaranteed death sentence. It was unthinkable to run trials that involved such a deadly risk. And yet, as he looked over the images again and again, Osawa became certain. Without his knowledge, someone, presumably someone from Okoshi Pharmaceutical, had conducted human testing with the antiviral agent. The time markers on the corpses in the fourth image were surely there to mark the time elapsed since the onset of symptoms. A thorough trial would test the drug's effectiveness in those time frames. Sawa slammed his fist on the desk, enraged. This was nothing short of vile human experimentation in the guise of clinical testing. The people responsible could not be allowed to get away with this. There was only one person Sawa could trust to keep this under wraps. His boss, Makino. He reached for his phone to call Makino, but he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. He knew he was in no state of mind to have a calm, reasoned conversation right now. Turning to the CD player, he put on Aya Kimiki's latest album. Leaning back in his chair, he surrendered himself to her soothing tones. Bit by bit, he could feel himself returning to a calmer, emotional state. There had been a time when Osawa hadn't listened to music at all. In fact, he'd had no interest in the arts in general. Music, painting, cinema. It was only due to a simple coincidence that he had found Aya Kamiki. His daughter had asked for a CD as a birthday present, so he'd swung by the store to pick one up. Since Kamiki's new album had just come out, there was a display for it in the front of the shop. Something about the bright, colorful album packaging had drawn him in. After a time, Osawa could feel himself growing calmer. He took a nice, deep breath. Then he dialed up Makino. He took a nice, deep breath, and then he dialed up Makino. Has there been any progress? Makino asked as soon as he picked up. His voice was somber. No, Osawa said. Nothing much yet. Tanisai came in from the other end of the line. I see. Then what can I do for you? Sir, I'll just get right to the point. Have you conducted clinical trials using the antiviral drug? Makino didn't respond right away. What makes you think that? He asked at last. Osawa described the emails he'd received. When he'd finished, Makino let out his breath in surprise. Not over the phone, he said. We'll discuss this in person. I'll head over to your place when I'm done here. As soon as possible, sir. As soon as I can manage, Makino said. You're not the only person who's busy. With that, Makino hung up. There was no doubt about it then. There had been human testing. Osawa went to let Hanako know he'd be meeting with Makino. A stolid-looking man stood in the hallway, almost as if he'd been waiting for Osawa to emerge. Pardon me, Mr. Osawa. But could you come with me for a moment? The detectives assembled in the living room all wore grave expressions. The room was brimming with tension, and Osawa felt it ramp up even further as he entered. What is it? He asked. Has something happened? The man who had come to find him turned to speak, hesitating at first. Yes. It turns out that your other daughter, Hitomi, has been abducted by an unknown party. Abducted? Osawa's mind whirled. What are you talking about? Maria's the one who's been abducted. No, sir, you don't understand. I'm saying that Hitomi has also been abducted, in addition to Maria. Don't be ridiculous. The night before, his daughter Maria gets kidnapped, and this morning, his other daughter Hitomi gets carried off when she goes to deliver the ransom? He'd never heard anything more outrageous in his life. We're sorry, sir. A detective was with her, but the police went on to explain that Hitomi had somehow managed to end up all by herself, and while she was alone, several individuals had forced her into a car and driven off. Osawa could barely comprehend what they were saying. His mind was in a fog. The detective's words seemed to grow quieter and quieter. Osawa's strength drained from his body. His ability to process external stimuli began to drift far, far away. It's not possible. It can't be. Could no one keep them safe? Not me? Not anyone? My girls, they... Hitomi. Maria. It's not true. This is all just a bad dream. Some kind of sick joke. It's not true. It's not. It's all just a bad dream. It's a lie. It's a twisted joke. Someone made this all up. Stop it. Stop saying this. I don't want to hear it. Tell me it's all a lie. Tell me it isn't true. Tell me now. Please tell me this is a nightmare. Tell me. Please tell me. Slowly, the ceiling began to spin. Then, Osawa's vision went awash with white. Bad end. Number 15. The worst case scenario. Osawa had a complete mental breakdown when he learned that not just one, but both of his daughters were kidnapped. But surely there has to be someone who can keep Hitomi safe. She's been on the run with Achi, But just what are they up to? The key to changing her fate and her father's lies with Achi's decision at 11:05. All right then, I guess we gotta go play Achi. Ad starts in 2 minutes. I'm gonna run it early. We're at a point where I think missing any plot would be difficult for someone. So I will be back shortly.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
And we're back. Now that we've experienced that depressing chapter, let's go maybe get some hope with Achi. The man with the cane aimed his gun at Hitami, his face devoid of emotion. Please, the girl said, trembling. Why are you doing this? But the man did not reply. Quickly, Achi stepped in between Hitami and the gun, spreading his arms wide. Stop, he said in English, one of the few English words he knew. He quickly reverted back to Japanese. Who the hell are you? Still the man did not respond. You know this guy, Hitami? No. Achi was sure he'd never seen the man either. What are you after, money? Because if you are, boy, are you wasting time chasing us. The man furrowed his brow, adjusting his point of aim to Achi's face. His bloodthirsty gaze left Achi no doubt that he was willing to pull the trigger. Reflexively, Achi took a step back, his foot clattering against a discarded beer bottle. We're gonna get gunned down for sure, unless we can find some way to catch this guy off guard. It didn't need to be much. If Achi could just distract the gunman for a moment, buy himself the briefest window. Shoot me, then. Go on. Do it. He stepped forward as he shouted, hoping the provocation would confuse the guy for just long enough. Even as Achi moved, the gunman's attention was distracted for an instant by a sudden sound. The phone in his breast pocket was ringing. Seeing his chance, Achi bashed him over the head with a beer bottle. Seeing his chance, Achi snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin. The man narrowly avoided being struck, but he staggered wildly off balance. Hitomi! Achi grabbed her by the hand and dashed out of the club. The two sprinted away through the side streets and alleys of Shibuya. Achi began to feel as if they were running some maddening maze. Before long, the two had made it almost as far as Aoyama. Wait up. Huh? Achi, wait up. Achi glanced back at Hitomi. Ah, my bad. Guess we've been running pretty hard. You tired? Hitomi shook her head. No, it's just... I have to get to Dogenzaka. Dogenzaka? What for? What could she possibly need to do there, now? That's what I was told when I handed over the attaché case. The man leaned in to whisper to Hitomi as he reached out for the case. You're going to do exactly as I tell you. 2 things. He wore a cool, faint smile as if for some casual conversation. First, you're going to go to Dogenzaka and get in the blue van there. Hitomi nodded wordlessly. Second, you will not attempt to contact either the police or your family in the meantime. His chilling tone brooked no argument. Just those 2 things, and we'll let your sister go. Hitomi nodded again. The man flashed her a big, bright grin. Okay then. Give me the money. A blue van in Dogenzaka, huh? Achi muttered. So that's why you said the police were a no-go? Yes, exactly. Yumi's voice betrayed her desperation. I wonder if your sister's in that van then. If she is, then we gotta hurry. The issue lay in how to get to Dogenzaka. They could probably avoid their pursuer if they kept to streets only the locals usually knew about. That meant staying off the more well-trafficked routes like Roppongi-dori, or the stretch between Miyama-Suzaka and the station. The side roads south of the station were their best bet. It's going to be a long detour. All right, come on. Turning, Achi headed back the way they'd come. After a moment's confusion, Hitomi followed. Achi? There was a note of worry in her voice. Hey, don't sweat it. You should live in Dogenzaka. We're heading right back to my old neighborhood. Hitomi bowed her head. Thank you so much. Hey, it's no problem. I had to head home anyway. Achi gave her a grin. She cracked a tiny smile of her own. Hey, you two. You got a minute? Achi looked around. A pair of men approached from across the street. Who wakes up in the morning and says, I gotta look like that? That's what I want to know. There was something shady looking about them. Achi's protective instincts kicked in, and he stepped in front of Hitomi. These guys meant trouble. He wanted to be ready. They're both wearing gold chains, roughly an inch across. One's head is shaved, the other's greased back. They both have the very aughts style shades that are a very pale pinkish gradient with gold frames. Number one has a linen red shirt. Number two has a gold, black, and white silk shirt, and they both have flowers or traditional dragon patterns on them. We just want to ask you something. The younger of the two men drew in closer, a sharp gleam in his eye. Achi braced himself. Ask us what? You know where the Nokane building is? The man held up a flyer. It's for some sort of health food sales demo. Come on, man. The Nokane building. You know where it is or not? Achi knew the name. Wasn't that one of the buildings on Center Gai? That was near Dogenzaka, the same direction he was going. I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me. Achi pointed them in the opposite direction from Center Gai. Pretty sure it's that way, he said. Hey, thanks, man. Sorry to bug ya. They both have really nice pants, though. Number one has really dope white leather shoes. Two men headed off toward the main road. And Hitomi hurried onward, following the sparsely trafficked side streets toward Dogenzaka. I don't even think I knew this part of Shibuya was here, Hitomi said as she looked around. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I used to mess around in this neighborhood when I was a kid. The area was a mishmash of rundown residences and office buildings. Almost nobody ever comes here unless they live or work on one of these streets. And check it out, over there. A rare first-hand glimpse of the Shibuya River. Shibuya River. Defined. A minor river that runs from the Miyamasa Bridge to the Tenjin Bridge, depicted in the 36 Views of Mount Fuji by Edo period ukiyo-e artist Hokusai. In Hokusai's time, fireflies were collected from the Shibuya River and presented to the shogun, lending credence to the idea that the river was indeed clean in the past. Shady. Have you always lived in Shibuya, Achi? Yep. Born and raised. She bent down to pick up a piece of trash from the roadside. That's why I do this. Just pisses me off to see folks make a mess of this place. Picked up another piece of trash. I don't have a job, so I just pick up garbage every day. Man, what am I even doing? Like, clean up even matters right now. Hitomi took a long, hard look at his face. What? He demanded. What is it? You're a strange one, Achi. That's so? She was right, of course. It was sort of strange, collecting trash every day instead of getting a job. Or streaming every day. Because you can't get a job. He had his reasons for it, but they weren't important right now. Right now, the important thing was getting Hitomi to Dogenzaka. Come on, he murmured. A sudden, angry shout broke the silence as they hurried along. Hey, hold it right there! Achi and Hitomi stopped, but the shout wasn't directed at them. Further up the road, a group of thuggish-looking men were having some kind of argument. The man who was shouting had grabbed one of the others by the neck. Idiots! You still got the gall to call yourselves SOS? SOS, defined. The Studs of Shibuya. A youth gang operating out of Shibuya, founded by Achi Endo. Its current leader is Susumu Nishizawa. I mean, yeah, Susumu, but the other men standing around look distinctly uncomfortable. It takes money to run an organization. No, I know. And since it's not like you're Achi or nothing, I thought you could maybe spare some help on that front, boss. Boss, defined. The top dog, the man in charge, the head honcho. Here it refers to the leader of SOS, Susumu. A change in leadership can really shake up an organization. The new boss's personality and disposition are a huge factor in whether the group continues to prosper. The fact that Susumu is being asked to spare some help on the monetary front suggests that he still has things to learn about being in charge. Hitomi looked at Achi, and the stranger spoke his name. He smiled awkwardly, then turned back to the altercation. Shut your mouth, Susumu barked. How dare you say Achi's name in my presence? Hey, Achi called out. What was that about me? As soon as they saw him, the other men went pale. Achi kept his tone casual as he strolled up to the group. Susumu, you can't just give the guy a beatdown in broad daylight. Defined. Beatdown. To mess someone up super bad, usually with punches and kicks. Don't want to shock the upstanding people of our fair city. Achi, Susumu glared. Can we drop the pleasantries? Aight. Achi replied with a hint of a sneer. You got it, Susumu. And I'd like to point out that we're not on a first-name basis. With that, Susumu turned and stalked away. His buddies followed suit, leaving Achi and Hitomi alone again. Did you know that guy? Hitomi asked. His name's Susumu Nishizawa. Yeah. I know him. Or I thought I did. Used to be friends way back. Me and those guys were all part of the same crew. But I bailed a little while ago. She fell silent. To his great relief, Hitomi didn't pry any further. Achi and Hitomi had gone a short distance further when he caught sight of a man picking something up alongside the train tracks. Huh. I wonder. Achi went over to him. Hey, man. You picking up trash by any chance? Huh? The man let out a panicked shout. Man, defined. Heise Yasuda, 35 years old. Just opened up a knick-knack shop in Shibuya. Hachi knows Shibuya like his own backyard. But this Yasuda guy is new enough that Hachi doesn't recognize him. Sorry, it just kinda looked like that's what you're doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up trash, of course. The guy seemed pretty unnerved. Like, I just got to thinking, man, this place is filthy. Right on! Hachi clasped the man's hand in his own. Someone else who gets it! They do? No, don't autoplay. No, don't do that. Totally! I could see this trash all over the place. I can't stand it. There we go. Oh, yeah, sure. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Can't stand it when someone throws something away when it could still be useful. I hear that. That's the spirit. Hachi pulled out the trash he had stuffed in his own pocket. There you go. Huh? Go ahead, have all of it. The man looked dumbfounded. Usually I go around picking up the trash around here, but I've got a little thing I gotta do today. You got it from here. I'm counting on you. What? Actually, I'm kind of... Great, thanks! Hachi beamed in approval, and rejoined Hitomi and headed on down the street. The man let out a sigh. Fine. Megan, I really loved when they defined hitting on someone to flipping through a narrow back alley. They came out near the top of Dogenzaka. Hachi looked down the hill, but didn't see a blue van anywhere. He and Hitomi started making their way down towards Shibuya Station. Hitomi muttered to herself, I don't see it parked around here. Her face twisted up with worry. It was a lot harder to find street parking closer to the station. Hitomi, hold up. Hachi had a sudden idea. He darted into a nearby soba restaurant, motioning for Hitomi to follow. Yeah, he called out to the proprietress, a sharp-eyed, middle-aged woman. You're looking as lovely ever today, I see. Oh, Hachi! Are you done collecting trash for the day? The lady took a look at Hitomi, her eyes lighting up. Lady, defined. Maki Yoneda. When she was 19, she happened to stop by this place and was captivated by the chilled curry soba. By day's end, she had decided to make the restaurant her new home. Married the owner at age 22, and they managed the establishment together. Last year, her husband of 30 years passed away. Now she safeguards the generations-old secret of chilled curry soba on her own. Is this your girlfriend? Huh? Oh no, it's nothing like that. The proprietress was undeterred. Oh, she looks just like a model. I don't know why she's from the Midwest. She's the spitting image of me at that age. My. Hachi's got himself a girlfriend. I said it's not like that. The woman waved Hitomi over. Oh, now you know Hachi's got a bit of a mouth on him, and he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a sweet boy. Okay. Hitomi forced a polite smile on her face. He'll try to deny it, but don't you listen. Has he told you about Suzune? Ma'am, please. Hachi jumped in on the conversation. You gotta hear me out. Whatever's the matter? I'm just trying to talk up your good points. Have you seen a van parked around here? A van? Let me think. Yes. Come to think of it, there was. A blue one, she added confidently. Hitomi leaned forward. Where is it now? She asked. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't keep a close thing on things outside, after all. Hitomi slumped. I see. I know it doesn't look it, but I've been quite busy today. The man who makes my noodles came by earlier to settle accounts, and we fought over it. No head for finances, that one. That's his problem, honestly. And on top of that, of course, my part-timer Masa has to have today off. Honestly. Masa, defined. First-year student at Midoriyama Academy. Sweet young man who works as a part-time delivery driver for Dolgen Hut and sends all his leftover money to his mother out in the country. Lately, however, he's gotten himself a girlfriend. He's been sending money back home less frequently. His noodle house job doesn't pay enough to both support his mom and cover his dating expenses, so he's scheming for a way to make it rich quick. But she frowned. Had she really seen a blue van, or was she just being chatty? Older women who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. She decided to follow up some more. Was there anything unusual about this van? Well, let me think. The woman frowned, pausing a moment in thought. Aha! Flash of recollection shone in her eye. That's right. I remember. I think there was some foreigner sitting inside. Machi and Hitami exchanged glances. Yes, I'm sure of it. The man who makes my noodles said he saw it too. Was there anything else? Hitami asked. No. Not that I can remember. Hitomi hung her head in frustration as they left the soba shop. Achi did his best to cheer her up. Hey, we might still find that car. Let's try waiting around here for a while. Just waiting? What good will that do? It's possible that they went looking for you when you didn't show, Achi said. Maybe they'll come back, you know? He sat down on the edge of a planter outside the restaurant. But the criminals already have the money, she said anxiously. Even Achi understood the implications. Now that the crooks had the ransom, their hostage was nothing but a liability. Why take the risk of letting her go when they already had what they wanted? The situation was bad. Very bad. Still, just running around Shibuya willy-nilly was only going to tire and frustrate them. Achi wanted to make sure Hitomi had the chance for a little break. We don't have anywhere else to look, so let's just give it 10 minutes, okay? He said. Hitomi seemed unconvinced. She looked like she might just march off down Dogenzaka at any point. I understand how you must feel, but you know what they say. Slow and steady, stay in place. Hitomi burst out laughing. What's so funny? It's slow and steady wins the race. For real? Hitomi smiled and sat down beside him. All right, she said. We can wait here for 10 minutes. Cool. We've run enough races today already, right? Hitomi kept her eyes on the cars passing through Dogenzaka for a while. Then she murmured softly to Achi. Thank you so much for everything. Really. You can thank me after we find this van. I'm sure if I'd been by myself, I'd have been in too much of a panic to do anything. What can I say? I try to keep my head up and face things as they come. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? Achi grinned. He tried to recall what optimist meant. He was pretty sure it had something to do with doctors, or maybe glasses. That's optometrist, my dear Achi. The shy, sweet look on Hitomi's face as she said it, though, made him figure it probably wasn't a bad thing, whatever it was. Cars drifted on by, one after the other. But they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Achi began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. Then... Hitomi, look. There it was. Keep out. We gotta go do something else. Okay. Let's go ahead and go back to our detective boy. As he wandered through the back alleys, Connell gritted his teeth. Going after the guy on the bike had been a bad judgment call. By the time he got back up onto the pedestrian overpass, the man who'd thrown the attaché case was almost out of sight. Connell prided himself on being fleet of foot, but he knew even he would never catch the guy before he disappeared. He'd followed the culprit as far as the alleys, but there he'd lost him completely. All he could do now was hope one of his colleagues caught the man on the motorcycle. Who's this? Voice crackled through the earpiece. Mobile command center calling all units. The suspect on the motorcycle has handed off the case to an accomplice in Miyashita Park. Oh, yeah, Miyashita Park. Another foreigner. For real, Kano muttered. One thing immediately struck him as strange. Why hand the case off to someone else at all? Why not just escape on the bike? The man with the motorcycle dumped the bike and fled on foot. We've retrieved the bike and run the plate. We've determined it was a stolen vehicle. Tab. Defined stolen vehicle. I have to hit tab to hit them. The advanced police communication system is carefully maintained. By using the digital wireless systems in their patrol cars, officers are able to directly access the station's computer network, allowing them to quickly check to see if an individual is on the wanted list or if a vehicle is stolen. We still don't have enough details to positively ID the suspect. The suspect now carrying the attaché case is heading through Dogonzaka, also on foot. We've got him under observation. Dogonzaka, huh? That wasn't far from where Kano was now. Looks like we're dealing with a foreign crime syndicate that's familiar with Shibuya. All units, head to Dogonzaka. But do not, I repeat, do not attempt to apprehend the suspect with the case. Let's see where he goes. Kano nodded to himself, without knowing more about the crook's MO. Letting this guy go for now was probably the only right call. I just want you all to know one last thing. Kuze's tone grew more solemn. Whatever happens, I know I can count on each and every one of you. Don't disappoint me. Over and out. No pressure. Kano had the unsettling feeling that the message had been meant for him. Right. It's now or never. Sudden appearance of the syndicate and its bizarre actions, rapidly moving things beyond the jurisdiction of both the MPD and the local police. Mustering his resolve, Kano headed for Dogonzaka. Kano pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. It was Rumi. She knew full well he wasn't supposed to pay private calls while he was working a case. Maybe it was an emergency? He decided to pick up. Rumi. I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of something right now? Kind of. Is this an emergency? Well, yeah. So, I'm in Shibuya right now, and... Shibuya? Why does she have to be in Shibuya now? All times. So, my father came down from Nagano all of a sudden. What? Rumi's father, Shuzuo, had been staunchly opposed to the two of them getting married. Kano had visited his home many times, but the man had never even deigned to meet him. Yeah, he told me to tell you he wants to meet with you. What? Now? Kano blurted the words out with more alarm than he'd intended. I told him you were busy working, but he said he'd wait. This can't be happening, Kano whimpered to himself. I'm sorry. I know he can be demanding. That's not the issue. Her dad offering to wait made it harder for him to refuse. All right, Kano said. But I'll have to call you back later, okay? I really am sorry. I'll be at a cafe called La Trek. It's by the train station. Remy hung up. For a long moment, Kano stood in a daze, staring at his phone. As if keeping up with the case wasn't stressful enough. At last he stumbled into motion, but even as he scoured Dolgenzaga for any sign of the criminal, his mind remained fixed on the meeting with Rumi's dad. There was no way of knowing when he'd be done with his casework today. But could he really pass up on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get her father's approval for her hand in marriage? Once in a lifetime, defined. Odds are that this will not be the only once-in-a-lifetime experience Detective Kano winds up having today. Oh, that's unfortunate for you, Detective Kano. Maybe he could slip away for just a bit. There were plenty of detectives still tailing the suspect. Taking 15 minutes or so to meet with Shizuo wouldn't be such a big deal, would it? This is my big chance. I should go meet with Rumi and Shizuo while I can. It's now or never, Kano decided. His future happiness depended on winning over Shizuo. He might not have the opportunity later if the kidnapping case wound up going south. He'd just have to make sure he didn't linger too long. He was trying to decide the best way to save as much time as possible when he caught sight of a taxi passing by. He stepped out into the street to flag the cab down. The station wasn't too far away, but it would be faster to take a car than run there. The taxi screeched to a halt. "Careful, buddy!" shouted the cab driver through the open window. "You're gonna get yourself killed!" Looking more closely, Kano saw that there was already someone in the back seat. Well, crap. He hadn't considered that the cab might already be taken. Still, he didn't have time to wait for another to come along. He leaned close to the back door of the taxi. "He's walking here! Please, I need you to let me have this cab. Beggars couldn't be choosers after all." "No way," snapped the passenger. He didn't seem the genial type. "Please, I'm begging you here. Look, I'm in a hurry, pal. Get your own cab. I know how ridiculous this must sound, but please, this is really, really urgent." "Urgent? Yes, it's a matter of life or death. Please." "Look, I'm sorry, but I'm dealing with something urgent here, too." "Then let me ride with you. I'll pay for the whole fare. My entire future's on the line here. Sorry, buddy. It's life or death on my end, too. I gotta look after me and mine." Kano could see this was going nowhere. "Right. So sorry to trouble you." Kano stepped back in frustration. The taxi sped away. Kano scanned the area, looking for other cabs. Instead, he spotted the man with the attaché case. That is the most Western-looking guy they could have gotten. It was a stroke of dumb luck, but Kano wasn't going to lose sight of him now. He decided to follow. Further up along Dogenzaka, in the direction the perp was heading, was where Yamatetori joins Route 246. Maybe the guy was planning to meet up with a getaway car? No, wait, hold on. If that were the plan, why would the gang have ditched the motorcycle earlier? Kano started tailing the man, racking his brain all the while. The suspect turned down a narrow side road. It wasn't heading toward Yamatetori or Route 246 at all, but back toward Shibuya Station. What in the world was going on? It was starting to feel like the crooks were just messing with the investigation team. Kano radioed Kuze on the wireless. "Sir, I don't think there's any point in seeing where this guy leads us anymore. That's not your call to make. Keep watching him. Sir, this is a waste of time. That girl might be in danger if..." Kano's argument was cut short as he saw the man hand off the attaché case to yet another foreigner. Again. How many times were these criminals going to pull this trick? Detectives broke into two groups to follow both of the men. Kano followed the man with the attaché case, who eventually led him back to the area around Shibuya Station. Rumi and Shizuo should be waiting at a nearby cafe right now. Kano tried to remember the name. That's right, it was called Lautrec. Lautrec, defined. The name of the cafe where college student Ryoko Kakinuma works as a waitress. That's the woman that Achi protected in the beginning of the story. Named after 19th century French painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. He created numerous works, including many posters, book illustrations, and book covers, which are highly regarded in the art world. He kept his eye out for a place by that name as he tailed the target. Before long, he did spot the cafe. Its large plate glass window offered a view of the cozy interior. The sign out of the front read, Lautrec. Looked like this was the place. The man with the case was at the intersection, waiting for the light to change. Kano took the opportunity to peer inside. He spotted Rumi right away. She was facing away from him. So the man seated across from her must be her father. Kano realized he'd never even seen a picture of him. Shizuo grew organic produce up in Nagano nowadays. But until 2 years ago, he'd been a detective with the Investigation Division. Defined. Investigation Division. MPD, Investigative Division, responsible for handling crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and arson that take place within the Tokyo metropolis. Truly exceptional officers are assigned to this division. They are regularly dispatched to various regional task forces to aid in investigations, where their talents and experience often prove critical. The position of section chief is traditionally given only to dedicated personnel well-versed with crime scenes and organizational administration. Rumi looked up to her father for his distinguished police career and always spoke quite highly of him. Kano had figured out that if he became a policeman, Rumi might appreciate that. It was this simple impulse that had led him to join the force. He had also figured that public servants could stay afloat even in times of recession, and that his physical training would serve him well in such a line of work. Once he was a policeman, he thought, he could approach Shizuo with his head held high and ask for his blessing in marrying his daughter. But after Rumi graduated from university, Shizuo had up and retired from police work. Even Rumi didn't know why he'd made the decision. Kano had traveled to Nagano many times to ask Shizuo for permission to marry her. But the only response he ever got was, "I'm not giving away my daughter to any cop." Kano had never even gotten past the inner cop before her father turned him away. Years on the force had nearly made Kano lose sight of what had driven him to become a policeman in the first place. And now, the chance to meet Shizuo face to face had finally come. He peered intently into the cafe. Across from Rumi sat an older man with a grim expression. Who was this hard-faced fellow? Took a lot to rattle Kano. I looked scary. Could this really be his sweet little Rumi's father? The prospect of meeting with him later filled Kano with sudden dread. The man went into the JR Shibuya station, stood before the ticket machine. It looked like he was planning on boarding a train. A scene from a popular movie about a kidnapping sprang into Kano's mind. The crook had made off with the ransom money after it was tossed out the window of a train. What if this guy managed to get outside the dragnet and pull a stunt like that? It looks like the suspect is going to board a train, Kano informed Kuza over the wireless. Make sure you stay on his tail. Apparently Kuza still wanted to string the perp along for a bit. We've got the lizards ready to pursue. Defined. Lizards. Japanese police lingo for motorcycle squads deployed to pursue suspects in urban settings. We'll reestablish our dragnet around whatever station he gets off at. The man purchased a ticket from the machine and passed through the gate. There was no way to tell what station he'd bought a ticket for, but it looked like he was heading clockwise along the multi-line loop. I have no idea. What is this lizard thing? Lizard. This is a meme I missed. Kana used his prepaid card and made his way through the ticket gate as well. Defined. Prepaid card. Officers do not actually get free rides on public transportation simply by flashing their badges, as is frequently depicted in TV shows and films. Doing so might risk alerting the suspect. For this reason, prepaid cards are provided ahead of time. An announcement chime signaled the imminent arrival of a
Now
train up on the
displaying a
platform.
message for YouTube.
Oh, okay, it's from a Pixar movie. The man made his way up the stairs, looking calm and composed. He showed no sign of checking for pursuers. Kano hurried after him. I know a few streamers who have, like, lizard as an audio cue. The man stopped at the very edge of the platform to await the train. Not ideal. There was no way for Kano to get close without sticking out like a sore thumb. The train glided up to the platform. The man gave a quick look around as he stepped aboard. Kano followed. Trains on the Yamanote line didn't stop for long, and soon they were on their way. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie went past Kano, talking on his cell phone. "Yes, everything's going fine on this end," he said. "There's no need to worry." In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attaché case as the man they were tailing. He headed right toward the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. "Well, now that's not suspicious." Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation at the other end of the car. "Yes, of course. 225 pages. All fully proofread." Defined. 225. Article 225 of the Penal Code of Japan details kidnapping for profit and kidnapping for ransom. Accordingly, 225 is police shorthand for kidnapping. That was police jargon for kidnapping. Was this guy in cahoots with the kidnapper? Maybe the criminals had planned an attaché case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he'd come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. "Yes, right. Uh-huh. Understood." Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware that he was being watched. Kano decided to... Oh. Look away nonchalantly. Kano decided to look away nonchalantly. But his anxiety got the better of him, and after a moment he turned his gaze right back. So the two men were locked in a staring contest. My apologies," the man said. He shut his phone with a click. "I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on a train. That's just common decency." The man affected a smile, then he headed back to the car from which he'd come. Ugh. Guess I overreacted. "You gotta stop staring at everyone," oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. "Blend into your surroundings more." "Susuyama, when'd you get here?" His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. He's wearing, a very weird-looking anime t-shirt underneath overalls. The expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Kano had seen Susuyama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Chef, magician, samurai, and an astronaut, to name a few. This was a new extreme, even for him. Defined disguise. It's quite rare for Susuyama to actually wear a suit. On the rare occasions when he does, as he is walking the halls of his home precinct, he frequently goes unrecognized. Here are some of Susuyama's costume designs from his evidence notebook. Santa is a must for Christmas stakeouts with a smile. Keep presents in bag to calm down children in case of emergency. Use this for train stakeouts. It's an anime nerd getup filled with posters and figurines. Glasses are crucial. Don't forget awkward smile. Bag of merch. Going too far to have the overalls be shorts. Point is to draw attention in crowded train cars. Prized possession clutched to chest. Disguise for stakeouts at dockside warehouses. Like an anime mafioso. Tragic expression, sunglasses, suit and posture amplify wild animal side. Let coworkers know beforehand so as not to be mistaken for real thug. Arrest crooks while practicing discipline. Might help to stop funeral robbers. It's like a shrine. Like a Taoist. Handcuffs up sleeves. Plenty of exposure. Emphasizes bulginess in final version. Hardcore material. For nighttime stakeouts. Like a very revealing gimp costume? When he first joined the force, Pongo had found Tsushiyama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits. But lately, his quirk had become tedious. You like the ocean? Huh? Never mind. Tsushiyama pulled out a small bottle from his breast pocket. Drink this while you can. Guessing you haven't eaten. Huh? What's this? The least I could do. He handed Connell the bottle, then slipped away into the next compartment. He'd pulled an all-nighter and hadn't eaten, so he was glad to have something. He took a sip. Whatever this was, it was bland. It's a bottle called Burning Hammer. It almost didn't taste like anything. Just what had Tsushiyama given him? Ugh, what the heck. Anything's better than nothing. He brought the bottle to his lips and chugged the contents down. He suddenly got a massive head rush. He felt a heat like a burning that spread from his insides throughout his whole body. No, that wasn't right. It was an ache. It was a ferocious ache. A burning that spread from his insides to his fingertips. There was pain. A numbing that spread from his insides all the way down to his toes. Burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting, itchy, dizzy, sleepy, chilly, willy-nilly. This was not good. This was super duper not good. He broke into a cold sweat, his forehead drenched, his body damp and clammy all over. He felt his grip on consciousness slipping. Tsushiyama, what did you do to me? Bleary eyes, he squinted to read the writing on the bottle. B-U-R-N? After a scant few letters, Kano blacked out. Bad end. The least he could do. Okay, Tsushiyama. What is up with you? Okay. We'll go ahead and take a break between sections. We're about to switch. Run some ads, take a break, get some water, do a stretch, do something like that, my friends. Let me, make sure my timer isn't 120 minutes.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
All right. Megan, I'm having to explain to Fidelity Investments what an ACH trace number is. Why the 11-digit confirmation number they're trying to send me to look up an item won't work. Who is allowed to be rich and handle money in this world is a constant amazement to me. It's just a gift of surprises that keeps on giving. Let's, I know nothing about this Minorikawa guy. Let's talk to him. The Super Club 90 raced down Route 246 towards Shibuya. Defined, Super Cub 90. A motorcycle produced by Honda with an 85cc engine displacement. A common sight around town, often used by newspaper and postal delivery workers. Many owners are big enthusiasts, sometimes even swapping out parts such as the handlebars or mufflers and giving the body a repaint, resulting in fashionable bikes that don't even look like Super Cubs at first glance. The speedometer remained at a steady 60 kilometers per hour. Pumping the gas harder was no use. This was as fast as the bike would go. Minorikawa shouted as he sped along. Damn it. I am not letting you die. He jerked the handlebars and blew past a truck on the inside. The driver scowled at him as he shot by. You maniac! You trying to get yourself killed? Just the opposite, Minorikawa shouted back. I'm saving lives. The stoplight ahead turned red, cutting him off at the intersection. Oh, come on. He had no choice but to slam on the brakes, but his agitation boiled over as he waited for the signal to change again. How long's this thing gonna stay red? Hurry up already! He brought the bike right up to the very edge of the line, keeping the engine revved like a dragster ready to peel out. Not on time is not in my dictionary. The light turned red. Then Minorikawa's own light turned green at last. He hit the accelerator as hard as he could. His engine died with a sputter. Huh? Oh, come on! What the hell? Car horns blared angrily behind him. In a fury, he pulled his bike over to the side of the road. No matter what he did, the engine refused to turn over. Problem with the spark plug? Or maybe the battery? Whatever it was, he didn't have the time to figure it out now. With tears in his eyes, he left the bike, his companion of 10 years, abandoned on the roadside. He was about to break into a run when he saw a taxi dead ahead letting out a passenger. He hurried to hop into the cab. Oh, this was the guy in the cab. Just head for Shibuya Station. I'll let you know exactly where once we get closer. The taxi driver nodded coolly. Of course, sir. 10 minutes! Huh? I need you to get me there in 10 minutes. The driver grimaced. I'm afraid getting there in 10 minutes is a bit. 15, then. Sir, that's still... Look, that's all the time I can afford. Assuming traffic conditions cooperate, sir, then maybe. I can't make any promises. Minorikawa looked at the driver's ID photo above the fare meter. His name was Hachiro Kimizuka. He was a middle-aged fellow, looked a little rough around the edges. Mr. Kimizuka, I chose you for this. You can do it. Chose me? Sir, I'm pretty certain we met by chance. Okay, sure. I suppose you could phrase it that way. Anyhow, can we get going? Right. Kimizuka said with a faint sigh. I'll see what I can do. The taxi pulled away at a decent clip. Minorikawa's frantic journey had started 20 minutes earlier. He'd been at home, working on an interview piece. Maybe he's a journalist. He clucked his tongue in annoyance as the ringing phone broke his train of thought. Why did someone always call right when the words were flowing? If he didn't keep getting interrupted, he probably could wrap this piece up in no time. Be quiet! He pointed at the telephone as he yelled. I'm writing here! But his shouting did nothing to silence the ringing. He didn't have much choice but to pick up. Minorikawa speaking. There was no response. Hello? He hesitated, ready to hang up. Was this a prank call? It's me. It's Toyama. It was Teruo Toyama, the president of Heaven Publishing. Heaven Publishing, defined. A publishing company that puts out both hard-hitting non-fiction books and tabloid-style scandal rags. The invincible journalist, penned by company president Toyama himself, was a candidate for the Japan Non-Fiction Prize. Oh, what do you want? He's got an Negaphile on his shelf. If this is about work, I'm already booked pretty full. Yeah, no shit, look at your desk. He's like, you can see like a fraction of him behind a pile of papers. Taken work from Heaven Publishing on several occasions, but the pay was hardly competitive. Lately he'd been turning them down a lot, so he hadn't heard from Toyama in a while. No, this isn't work-related. Then what do you want? I'm kind of pressed for time here, working on some copy. Minorikawa was in no mood to beat around the bush. It seemed like every conversation he had with Toyama went like this. Yeah, you're busy. That's good. Busy's good when you're a freelancer. Toyama sounded unusually sympathetic. Minorikawa found it off-putting. I hear sales have been good on your end, he said cautiously, with this month's 4-Star General Gossip and all. 4-Star General Gossip was a monthly magazine, Heaven Publishing's flagship publication. Defined, 4-Star General Gossip. A magazine focusing on the private lives of celebrities and politicians. Most of the articles found in its pages are random nonsense, but 1 out of every 100 or so contains an actual major scoop, making it a difficult outlet to ignore. It had a small circulation and for the most part flew under the radar, but once in a while they'd land some big scoop and sell like crazy. This month's edition had come with a free scratch card, a gimmick that had moved 100,000 copies with ease. 5 winning symbols in a row wins 100,000 yen, was it? Minorikawa asked. A weak, moist sound came through the receiver. Baffled, Minorikawa listened more closely. It came again, then again. Kind of sounded like sobbing. Mr. Toyama, are you crying? There was another soft sob, and then yet another. What's going on? Where are you? Minorikawa asked. At the office, Toyama managed. He let out another mewling whimper. What's the matter? It's nothing. It's gotta be something. Come on, what is it? Toyama gave no reply. Mr. Toyama, you still there? Silence. What is it? What happened? Look, doesn't tell me anything. What the hell is going on? Toyama squeaked out a drawn-out whine. Okay, I'm sick of this. I'm hanging up now. Minorikawa was about to break the connection when he heard Toyama murmur. The only thing I can do now is die. The taxi's tires squealed as the cab rounded a corner. The shift in momentum made Minorikawa topple over in the back seat. There we go. 10 minutes on the dot, the driver announced. Minorikawa righted himself and looked out the window. Shibuya Station. I knew you could do it, Mr. Kimizuka. He told the driver how to get to Heaven Publishing. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes further. Sir, if I may ask, just what are you in such a hurry over? Son of a bitch! I beg your pardon? Kimizuka bristled. Not you. The guy who's waiting on me, Minorikawa said. I'm going to give that son of a bitch a piece of my mind. The multi-tenant building where Heaven Publishing had its offices came into view. The taxi stopped outside. Minorikawa opened the door as he hurriedly reached for his wallet. Then he stopped. What if the worst had come to pass and he needed to take Toyama to a hospital? Should he have the taxi wait here? Or would it be better to call an ambulance? Sir, is there a problem? The driver asked. No, I'm fine. You're a lifesaver. How much do I owe you? Minorikawa paid the fare and got out of the cab. I'm going to swing by the train station, and if I don't get any passengers, I'll come by this way again, Mizuka said. The taxi pulled away. Once inside, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors. In all likelihood, Toyama would be at the editing department of 4-Star General Gossip on the 4th floor. When he got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama! Hey! Mr. Toyama! He shouted and banged, but there was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minorikawa took a deep breath and then kicked the door in. Whoa! Oh, okay. For those of you just listening, Toyama is standing before a noose on a stool. Toyama was standing on a stool, about to slip his head through a noose that hung from the ceiling. What are you doing? Minorikawa lunged for Toyama. The two men crashed to the floor in a tangled heap. A pile of clutter slid off a nearby desk and fell on top of them. Minorikawa, what are you doing? Toyama whined. Throwing himself back to his feet proved something of a challenge. That's what I'd like to know. Minorikawa's fury was mounting. What the fuck is going on? He jabbed an accusing finger at the noose hanging from the ceiling. Oh, that. One of the fluorescent lights died, and I was just swapping it out. Don't you feed me that bull. What was that phone call about? That business about how the only thing you could do was die. Tell me. Just a joke. Toyama curled his lips into a faint semblance of a smile. Minorikawa wasn't buying it, but he didn't have time to press the issue. Cute little voice echoed through the editing office. Daddy, I'm back from the store. Little girl came walking in, carrying a length of rubber gas tubing. It was Toyama's 5th grade daughter, Hana. Signed, Hana. Teru, Toyama's only daughter, currently 10 years old. The night Hana was born at Shibuya Central Hospital, there was an unexpected fireworks display outside the window of the maternity ward. As he looked out at the bursting rockets, Teru decided to name his daughter Hana, the Japanese word for fireworks, Hanabi. Minorikawa stared. Toyama, you were planning on using that hose to... He hesitated to end his sentence with, gas yourself to death. Well, you know, it's almost gas heater season, after all. The hell it is! It was a beautiful, sunny April day outside. Well, you know how sensitive I am to the cold. This was getting truly ridiculous. Minorikawa got right up in his face. Listen, explain to me what the heck is going on, okay? He kept his voice low, but his eyes were steely. Hana clung tightly to her father, gazing worriedly up at the two men. No, it's just... Yama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. Keep out. Well, that's rough. I agree, weak and moist next to each other in the same sentence. Not good. Tama's the only one we haven't visited. Very, sweet music? It's so hot. Matsui. It's so hot in this thing. Way too hot. Feel like I'm sitting in a sauna. Everyone else on the street looks nice and cool. But here I am, getting treated to my very own personal midsummer heat wave. On top of that, I can barely see. I can barely breathe, for that matter. But hey, what can I do? Oh, I am so thirsty. Some iced tea would be amazing right now. I'm gonna pass out from dehydration at this rate. I may as well admit it. I underestimated how tough this would be. Who knew wearing a mascot costume could be so uncomfortable? A delicate young lady like myself has no business doing this sort of job. I suddenly have so much respect for the people on those superhero team shows. Like, can you imagine doing action scenes in something like this? Heck, all I'm doing is standing here and I'm this close to calling it quits. But I can't. I need the work. I need the money. This is no time to be a wuss. If I give up on this, what else am I possibly going to do? It's so hot in this mascot costume. Check out the revolutionary new diet drink, Burning Hammer. I thrust a free sample toward passersby while shouting as loud as I can. One moment. Victor came home from running errands, and I just looked at him and was like, it's so hot in this mascot costume. And he was so baffled. Well, once I said in this mascot costume, he was like, oh, streaming. Defined. Free sample. A free portion, usually quite small, of a product given out to consumers as a sales gimmick allows them to test the quality and effect of a cosmetic or health product prior to purchase, frequently referred to as a trial size or freebie version of the product. In addition to passing out free samples on the streets, some shops also include free samples with purchased products. Please note that simply taking a product without paying for it in order to test it out is theft. Don't do it. This game is originally in Japanese, so the level of localization skill shown in the translation is phenomenal. Also, this is Burning Hammer, the drink that Kano drank and passed out. Come on and give it a try. Oh, it's no use. People just walk by, one after the other. They avoid looking at the sample. It's been like this ever since I started standing here. What gives? You'd figure at least one person would have taken a bottle by now. I mean, it's free, but I haven't managed to give away a single one. If this keeps up, there's no way I'm getting paid. And then this whole miserable experience will have all been for nothing. Just drink this and watch the pounds melt away. No exercising or dieting necessary. I can hear the desperation in my own voice. Just burn, 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 burn those pounds away. They're giving me cold looks now. They probably think I'm some shyster trying to offload dodgy product. It's that simple. That simple, folks. You just drink the weight away. I guarantee it. Heck, this whole thing reeks of a scam to me, too. Defined, reeks of a scam. In other words, it seems extremely dubious or suspicious. The word scam, referring to a type of dishonest scheme, is actually of unknown origin. Several folk etymologies have been proposed, including that it comes from a simple shortening of scandalous misdeeds. But these claims have little evidence to support them. Losing weight just by drinking some concoction is way too good to be true. But still, free is free. There's an Ayakamiki billboard behind her. You'd think I'd be able to give one or two away. It's not like I'm not trying. Okay. Pep talk time. You can do this. Think about the money. Just start with one bottle. One bottle! All right, I'm gonna give this bottle away to the next person I see, no matter what. I close my eyes and gather my determination. I just need to get started, and the momentum will build from there. It's Susiyama. Oh no, this is how he got it. All right, eyes open. There are two people walking in my direction. Wait, two? I have to not give Susiyama the drink, otherwise Kano's gonna pass out. No. Which one do I pick? If you keep waffling, they're both going to pass me by. Just need to hand this bottle off. Which one of these guys looks most likely to take it? Clutching the free sample in my furry fist. Yeah, I can't give it to Susiyama. That's a passed out. That's a passed out Kano. I try to force it off on the businessman to my left. Clutching the free sample at my furry fist, I try to force it off on the businessman to my left. Here you go, sir. Free sample of Burning Hammer, the latest and greatest diet drink. The businessman flashes me a look of utter contempt and makes a point of avoiding me as he slips past. There goes the wind right out of my sail. I wonder how the other mascot is doing about now. There's a sales demo happening today at 1 o'clock at the Nokane building. Huh. Looks like the chicken has handed all kinds of samples. The Nokane building is where the thugs on the street asked Achi to give them directions to. I don't get it. How come nobody is taking any of mine? What could I possibly be doing wrong? I look at the clock. It's a little after 11. My morning of wandering around hawking diet drinks is just about over. I'll need to get ready to head over to the sales demo. I'd love to take the costume off, but then I'd have to carry it. The samples I haven't given out are almost too heavy as it is. Oh well. Might not have gotten results, but I tried my best. Sure hope they don't withhold my pay or anything. Hey! What gives? You got that many left? The chicken speaks with a female voice. Yeah, I reply sheepishly. Nobody seems to want to take mine. Well, I mean, are you looking for the right targets? Huh? Like groups of girls or bored-looking older ladies? Those are the types you gotta be gunning for, you know? Wow. I hadn't even considered that. Now that she says it, it seems so obvious. This is a diet drink after all. Simple. This game looks like an acid trip. You're not wrong, but it does make logical sense. It's a lot of different light novels weaved together. It's just also very Japanese. Of course, I'm not going to have any luck trying to foist it off on random guys. I mean, we started today with a man who is working on a vaccine for an Ebola-like virus getting evidence of human trials, and now we're talking to a chicken mascot.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Well, whatever, the chicken says. Give me the samples you've got left. I hand over my samples, and the chicken dumps the whole lot into her basket. I'll drink whatever's left so they don't find out you didn't pass them out, she says. Huh? Wait, like all of them? Yeah, all of them. The chicken sounds pretty confident in herself. These may just be sample-sized bottles, but still, they add up to a lot. I can feel myself on the brink of tears at the kindness of her offer. Thank you so much. That's a huge help. I bow deeply, which makes my mascot head wobble. Leaving the station behind, we head down Center Gai towards the Nokane building. The Burning Hammer sales demo is going to be held there this afternoon. Nokane building, defined. A multi-tenant office building in Udagawacho, located in Center Gai, Shibuya's downtown district. In addition to hosting the weight loss drink sales demo, the building is also home to the foreign capital protection firm Japan Cellcom, the IT mainstay Shibuya OnNet, Sun, video game developer Shindai Tradco, and Strikeback Labs, publishers of the monthly magazine Science Strikes Back, along with many other businesses. The job's supposed to pay 10,000 yen for the day, but if we can sell at least 100 bottles of the demo, they've promised another 10,000 on top of that. I need to make sure I sell those 100 bottles. I need that 20,000 yen, and I need it ASAP. Burning Hammer. We arrive at the Nokane building, a rundown, multi-tenant office complex. We head into the room where the Burning Hammer sales demo is taking place. There are already about 50 seats set out. I wonder how many people free samples will pull in. A stage has been set up at the far end of the room. Look at the little stuffed, whales and seals on the table. Yeah, it's actually still not that far off despite inflation. It's like 95 now. That's where I'm going to be standing, sipping Burning Hammer while explaining its effects to the customers. Hurry up and take that thing off. The chicken flaps her wings as she speaks. It's kind of early, but come on, let's have lunch. I'm starving. Oh, really? I'm living under a rock. Holy shit, I didn't realize the yen had fallen that far. Now that she mentions it, I realize I'm pretty hungry myself. The demo's not starting for another 2 hours. I can't win a war against my stomach for that long. The chicken and I head to the waiting room where they've set up our lunches for us. Mind getting my back real quick? The chicken asks. She arches her back towards me. Apparently she can't reach her own zipper. Oh sure, give me just a sec. I try to unzip the back of the chicken suit, but my own suit's thick fuzzy fingers are having a hard time of it. What's the holdup? Come on, I'm roasting in this thing. Hurry up and get it off me. I've almost got it. It's just awkward with these mitts. Finally, I get a hold of the zipper and yank it downward. A girl emerges from the chicken as if the chicken itself were an egg. Eeh! I'm alive! Her red sweatshirt is drenched in sweat. Almost at once, she's kicking back and cooling off with a hand fan. Sorry, but would you mind getting me too? Oh, yeah, okay. I turn my back to the girl. I hear metal clacking behind me. At long last, I'm about to be free of this 5-ton fursuit. Huh? The girl murmurs awkwardly. Huh? What? Spike of anxiety hits me. What's wrong? I ask. Yeah, that's a no-go. Zipper's busted. What? Yeah, sorry. This thing ain't coming off. What? My vision goes dark. No, no, no. I tug desperately at the costume, but no luck. I'm trapped inside. Oh, the crap. Oh well, we can talk to the boss about it when he gets back, the girl says. I mean, it's not like we can just cut it off you with a scissors or anything. She sounds entirely unconcerned. It's so unfair. I need to get out of this stuffy, sweltering steam bath as soon as possible. All I can do is clench my fist in impotent rage. But anyway, good work out there today, the girl continues. I'm Chiriko Osugi, by the way. You can just call me Chiri. She smiles as she introduces herself. I mean, I am a pretty Chiri gal, after all. Yuck! She breaks into a hearty guffaw. Oh, sure, I say. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, for sure. So, I guess you're not going to be able to eat lunch in that getup, huh? Huh? Oh, that's right. What should I do? Don't sweat it. Just leave it to me, huh? I'll eat both lunches myself. Chiri doesn't even wait for me to reply before reaching for my lunch. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste, she says. She makes it sound like leftover food is a bigger concern than my hunger. I can feel my appetite stirring all the more as she devours my meal with a satisfied grin on her face. A faint, pathetic gurgle rises from my belly. It's just a cheap little prepackaged box lunch, but right now it looks like a feast. Simple. Is this game a Japanese acid trip? No, this game is a murder, a kidnapping mystery. It is about... This is a side story that I'm not quite sure how it relates yet, other than the drink that she's selling caused the main detective of the kidnapping to pass out. So it's you make choices and it changes other people's lines. So originally, the main detective Kano's partner had given him a burning hammer, but I chose to aim towards the businessman, not Sasayama, his partner. So I know that's going to be different. But they're trying to solve a kidnapping case. One of a pair of twins was kidnapped from a family that has been working on a vaccine for an Ebola-like virus. So what's your name? Chiri asks. Her cheeks are still packed with rice. My name? Yeah. Oh, it's, As I struggle to think of an answer, my eyes alight on the piece of tamagoyaki, clutched between Chiri's chopsticks. The yellow slab of lightly grilled egg wobbles to and fro. I can see the inside the way it's been sliced. I realize the way my camera's set up, you can't see this, but I'm pawing at the screen. It looks somewhat undercooked. Come on, it's your name. Oh, right, Tama. It's Tama. Huh, you mean like the famous cat? Well, ain't that fitting? Chiri chortles and stuffs the piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth, then takes a big swig of iced tea. I am beyond jealous. I wish I could gorge myself on those lunchboxes until I'm full to bursting. Heck, even a cold glass of iced tea would be a lifesaver right now. I'm so thirsty, I'm starting to get all dizzy. Maybe I really am getting dehydrated. This isn't good. If I don't do something, I'm gonna pass out before the sales demo even starts. And then I remember something. The zipper down my back might be busted, but I can still take the head off, right?
Ma'am, someone has paid for your hydration.
Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Trixie. Hi, Theo. But I can still take the head off, right? That way, I'd at least be able to eat and drink stuff. All right, I decide to. Grab the head in both hands and yank it upward with all my might. Decide to grab the head in both hands and yank it upward with all my might. Oh, come on! No matter how hard I pulled it, it won't come off! Ow! A dull pain throbs at the back of my head. Did I smack it against something at some point? Cheery flashes me a curious look. What are you doing? She asks. I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. I tried pulling again, refusing to give up. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. I slump forward in defeat, face planting on the tabletop. Oh. Most folks would have noticed that when they put it on, you know. Well, I didn't. The boss helped me get into it. This thing is the thing. Well, don't let it get you down, Judy says. Here, drink some of this. She pulls a bottle with a straw from her bag and pours some of the tea into it. In a fever thirst, I jam the plastic straw through the mascot costume's mouth. Thankfully, it reaches as far as my own. I suck for all I'm worth. Suck and I suck and I suck. My body rejoices as the moisture returns to it like rain coming to the desert. And thus, I revive. Actually, it kind of does feel like I'm coming back to life. Oh, thank you so much. I am never going to forget this as long as I live. With tears welling up in my eyes, I clutch Chiri's hand in my fuzzy mitts. Ah, hey, I'm not the kind of person to abandon someone in need, you know? She replies. An embarrassed grin crosses her face. How come you're carrying this bottle around with you anyway, I ask. Oh, that's because I make my own protein juice. Protein, defined. In Japan, the word protein is frequently used to refer to a powdered health food supplement that contains vitamins and minerals, as well as a protein component. It is dissolved in milk or another liquid to create a drink. A protein diet typically involves drinking a glass of this in place of a meal. Drinking it in place of tea would assuredly lead to weight gain. Protein juice? Never heard of it. I heard that if you have protein juice for one of your 3 meals a day, you'll lose weight. So yeah, I kind of need to keep it, given Chiri's sort of, well, chubby frame. I don't think the protein's been working so great for her. It's careful to note that they are selling diet drinks, so they're not really fat-shaming Chiri so much as these are people who care about dieting. The game later on makes clear that they're not into fat-shaming. I've been trying all sorts of stuff, but right now protein is totally the best thing for my diet. This stuff, though. Chitty casts her eyes at the samples of burning hammer on the table. It's like totally bogus. Huh? Bogus? That's a surprise. Well, yeah, Chitty says. You've got to exercise if you want to burn body fat. Burn. Defined. The best way to burn fat is to engage in steady, low-intensity aerobic exercise. After roughly 20 minutes of such exercise, the body burns through available blood sugar, and the brain sends signals to have fat brought into the bloodstream. This is how fat is burned. Anaerobic exercise, which leaves you panting and breathless, is not effective. She smacks herself on one flabby arm. I mean, there's no way you're going to lose weight by taking in more calories. Huh. Didn't she just say she was drinking protein juice to lose weight? I keep that thought to myself. I mean, that'd be as ridiculous as all-you-can-eat Kobe beef, she adds. She shakes her head seriously. I'm not sure about using all-you-can-eat anything as an example in a discussion about weight loss. But again, I keep the thought to myself. But hey, a job's a job, Chiri says after a moment, perking up again. They tell me to sell the stuff? I'll sell it. The door flies open suddenly, and a loud voice belts out. Hold it right there! I whirl around in a panic to see an odd-looking man standing in the doorway. It's Junichi Yanagishita. It's the man who hired us. I heard that, Chiri. Don't you go calling my product junk. That's disrespectful. Chiri gave him an apologetic look. Oops, sorry about that. You should be, but whatever. If you really have doubts, have a try for yourself. Mr. Yanagista pulls out a bottle of burning hammer from his coat pocket. At first glance, it looks like some kind of energy supplement, but the cheapo label gives it an immediate impression of sketchiness. Go on, says Yanagista. Give it a go. Chiri reaches out to take it. But no sooner does she grab the bottle than Mr. Yanagista shouts out once more, Wait! Hold on! What? Chiri squawks. What gives? You two. You're both good, stomach-wise? Stomach-wise? Yeah. Drinking this stuff on an empty stomach can cause some pretty nasty problems. So just make sure you eat or drink something beforehand. Doesn't matter what, really. Wait, nasty problems? Yeah. Such as what? I ask. I'd rather not say. Nobody would buy it otherwise. Seriously? It's all good. I just had lunch, Chiri says. She flashes a carefree smile. Well, I haven't eaten yet. But on the other hand, I've been guzzling as much iced tea as I can to fill myself up. It's probably safe for me to try this stuff. Ooh. I may as well drink it. In for a penny, in for a pound. And hey, maybe it'll help me lose some weight. I stick the bottle of burning hammer into my mascot head mouth. It has an unexpected smell. Like curry. Getting my own lips around the mouth of the bottle, I gulp down the liquid inside. It doesn't taste like anything. A handful of seconds go by. What? The heck? It feels like a firecracker just exploded inside my mouth. Now it's spicy. Way too spicy. It's like I just swallowed a chili pepper coated in curry powder. Before I know it, I'm sweating bullets. Well, you sweatin'? Mr. Yanagista asks. Like a whole lot? You are, aren't ya? Why does he sound so happy about that? That right there is the magic of burning hammer at work. Chiri and I are at a loss for words. Burning hammer. Drink all you want and just burn those pounds away. How's that sound? Good, huh? This is just so stupid spicy it makes you sweat, Chiri blurts out. Blunt and to the point. I approve. Tom is just like dying in the bottom. Yeah? Well, I guess you're right, Yanagista says. He hangs his head. What is in this stuff? I ask. I can still feel my tongue tingling. Like my body is almost too numb to move. I'm so shocked I even forget to get properly angry. So it's this health food product that got imported from America a few years back, Yanagista explains. But the import agency went out of business not long after, and I couldn't move the merch. So I bought up the whole lot. Everything they had in their storehouse. Spent all the money I had on it. She arches an eyebrow. How much did it cost you? She asks. 1 million yen for 300 bottles. I can scarcely believe my ears. 300 bottles at 1 million yen for the lot? It's roughly 3,330 yen a piece. Each one of these teensy little bottles costs over 3,000 yen? You got ripped off, man, Chiri says. You really think so? Huh, yeah. You're probably right. He hangs his head even more despondently. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Ouch. Chiri, moving in for the kill. 100 yen shops? Huh? Really? Mr. Yanagashita lets out the heaviest of sighs. I'm starting to feel pretty bad for the guy, actually. Don't let it get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. But Mr. Yanagashita just lets out a sob-choked sigh. Sigh. Defined. A deep breath, emphatically exhaled, often a sign of disappointment, stress, or unrequited love. Also a way of expressing the anxiety brought on by massive debt. One has no money to give, only sighs. Right around now, Minoru Minorikawa is in the company of someone inclined to sigh this way. So when they do names in red, it's a jump to their story. Huh. I'll finish Tama first. I'm not sure I follow, Chiri says. How much you selling these bottles for, boss? 15,000 yen per bottle. Is that $150 a bottle? Selling all 300 bottles would yield proceeds of 4.5 million yen. After deducting expenses such as the cost of the product, rental fee for the venue, pay for the part-timers, and printing flyers, this yields a net profit of roughly 2.5 million yen. It's doubtful that anyone would pay 15,000 yen for a single small bottle, but you never know. There could be a few housewives or young women out there who'd fork out that much in the name of weight loss. A terrifying thought. Eh? Tree's jaw practically hits the floor. Mine does the same. No way. Nuh-uh. No. No freaking way. Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice. Well, look, selling it at that price is my only option. I need to cover my costs. Anyway, please, I need you both to work your hardest. Apparently, he's committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Cherry replies. It's more like a sigh than a proper response, and I can't blame her. As for me, I can't... I can't even find the words. I'm so flabbergasted. Hey, I try to murmur. Sorry, what was your name again? He interjects. Oh, right. I'm Tama. Why are you still wearing your costume? I stumble my way through an explanation. Wow. So then, are you going to do this sales demo like that? Well, if I can't take the mascot costume off, I don't have much of a choice, do I? No, that won't do it all. I hired you to be a model. If you're wearing that thing, then what's the point? I'm at a loss for words. The point is exactly what he's missing. It's not like I'm wearing this getup because I want to. How about we just cut it off? Yeah, Cherry says with a big grin. She pulls a massive pair of scissors out of her bag. The blades make an unsettling snip-snip sound as she waggles them in my face. Ooh, no! You can't do that, Yanagishita explains. That suit's a rental. I don't want to have to reimburse them for the thing. Well, then what am I supposed to do, I ask. He looks at me uncertainly. Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down? Cherry suggests, before helping herself to the rest of my lunch. Oh, hey, good idea, Yanagishita says. He seems to be making an effort to calm himself down at least. Just try to grin and bear it until then, Tama. Well, I guess that's that then. I'm sure we'll get it off eventually, I say. Hopefully before the demo. That's the spirit. I really need you to be my model. A model, huh? It's flattering. But I can't help but wonder, would I be any good at that? Well, this is no time to be timid. I need that money, no matter what. My troubles all started earlier this morning. I was at a knick-knack shop on Center Gai. This is the shop that, Yasta, the guy who is also cleaning trash, just opened. I'd happened to pass by, and I spotted a red necklace on display in the storefront. And I got this weird sensation when I saw it. You could maybe call it déjà vu? Something like that. It was as if I'd been drawn to it somehow. This was mine. I was sure of it. I wanted it. No, I needed to make it mine. As soon as I possibly could. That's how strong the feeling was. The price was 40,000 yen. I checked my wallet repeatedly, but I only had 20,000 on me. Nonetheless, I needed to have it. There was just one question. How? Somehow I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Yanagishita. Hey, a voice said out of nowhere. If you want, I can pay you 10,000 for a day's work. I found myself staring at this frumpy, middle-aged man who was handing me his business card. Managing Director, Junichi Yanagishita, the Yamato Health Foods Company, Limited. I'm in a real bind here. That's what you call middle-aged? Oh, Tama, it hurts. Need some extra help? Would you mind coming with me? I'm begging you, just one day. He seemed pretty sketchy. As much as I needed money for that necklace, I wasn't going anywhere with some random weirdo. I ignored him and tried to just walk off. Please! Please! Yanagishita grabbed me by the hand. Chip pal, I snapped. Hands off or I start shouting for help. Please, it's not like that. Just hear me out. Look, I'm in a hurry. Please. Please. Knock it off. I spun forcefully away from him, yanking my hand from his grip. Oof! Yanagishita whirled through the air and fell into the bushes. Whoa, where'd that come from? He gasped. His eyes were wide as saucers. You a martial artist or something? No, I think that was just a fluke. The truth was I was surprised myself at how well I'd pulled off that escape move. Okay then. Look, I'm sorry. Could you give me a hand? No way. No, I mean, give me your hand. My hip's killing me here. He's in like some blackberries. That looks like thorns. That looks painful. Oh, I guess the least I could do was help the guy get to his feet. Look, why are you hounding me so much? Please, don't be angry. The moment I saw you, I just felt it. You're the only person who could possibly do this job for me. I let out a sigh, but my interest was admittedly piqued. What kind of job? I need a sales rep for a health supplement. I want you to do PR as a dieting success story for my product. Just look at you. You have the body of an actress. Sales are going to go through the roof. Well, it was hard to feel too offended when he told me that. The job didn't seem as fishy as I'd initially suspected. All right, maybe I'm interested, I said. There's just one thing. Yeah? Whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it. I need 20,000 yen as soon as possible. So if the day only pays 10,000, all right then. If you can sell 100 bottles at our sales event, I'll throw in another 10,000 as a bonus. How's that sound? I certainly couldn't think of any other way I was going to earn 20,000 yen in a single day. This might be exactly the break I needed. You've got a deal. You have my services for the day, I said, bowing my head. Yes! Yanagishita jumped for joy. What about your hip? Huh? Oh, yeah, it's better now. Oh, better. Fixed itself just now. Yanagishita bowed deeply as I gave him a dubious look. Look, I'm sorry, he added hurriedly. I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you, honest. I was just scouting for talent and I saw you and, well, was trusting this guy really the best idea? I was starting to worry, just a little, about whether he'd actually pay up. Look, I've sticked everything on the sales demo. Later today, he went on. This is the make-or-break opportunity of a lifetime. Sure. Well, back then it would be 200, right? I'll be honest with you. I'm in a ton of debt. 2 million yen. 2 million. Yanagishita's tone had taken on a feverish intensity. If I don't pay it back by the end of the day, then boy howdy am I up the creek without a paddle. How did you even get into a situation like that? I asked. He gazed skyward, a far-off look in his eyes. Because even if he knows he has no chance of winning, sometimes a man just has to stand and fight. But I guess a girl like you wouldn't understand. Excuse me, sir, did you just tell me because I'm female I wouldn't understand your stupid phrase? He laughed and smiled at his own words, but he was right. Sure as heck didn't understand in the slightest. Anyway, real quick, could you put this on? Mr. Yanagishita briskly rummaged through his bindle, then thrust a cat costume out towards me. What? Here? Yeah, before the sales event, you gotta hand out some samples. Defined, handing out samples. The burning hamper in the sample bottles is cut 10 parts to 1 with water. Even so, it is intensely spicy, and drinking it on an empty stomach is sure to cause gastrointestinal distress, or even make the drinker black out. It's hard to believe that a sample of something so dangerous would win over any customers, but you never know. There could be housewives or young women out there who'd accept such a risk in the name of weight loss. Another terrifying thought. The job's already started, you know? And with that, Mr. Yanagishita went about getting me into the mascot suit. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I'm gonna get my hands on that necklace, I have to take the chance that this job will pay out. There's a knock at the door. Huh? Who could that be? Mr. Yanagash asks. You got a customer already? He opens the door and heads outside. No way is that a customer, Sherry says. I mean, right? She guzzles from her 2-liter bottle of iced tea. No one's gonna buy something as sketchy as this. I guess not, I agree. Chiri is me. Like, I am looking at myself right now. I have guzzled many of those bottles of tea. But the only thing I can really say about Burning Hammer is that it's spicy. When I lived, Megan, going on a bit of a lurk while I share orange chicken chips and dirty Mountain Dew with my teammates. Have fun. Actually, that's kind of perfect timing. We're about to enter an ad. And again, because of the nature of this game, that it's so plot heavy, I've sort of eschewed taking breaks when ads come, but I'm going to go back on break to make sure, since it's such a story, that people don't miss anything. So we'll be back in 2 to 5 minutes.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
I'm sure I speak for everyone when I ask, what is Dirty Mountain Dew? And we're back. Anyhow, Shiki says, want to get something to eat? But you just ate lunch. 2 lunches. I know this amazing Chinese buffet. Want to come along? Because I am gonna dominate. Huh? Someday, I plan to chow my way through every item on their menu. Before I can respond, I hear a sudden outburst in the hallway. What the hell are you thinking, selling something like this? The voice sounds harsh and strained. It's quickly followed by another voice, Mr. Yanagishita, sounding desperately apologetic. Well, be fair now. I did ask whether or not you were on an empty stomach. Mountain Dew cream soda. You can't tell in the ingredients what makes it creamy because there's no dairy in the ingredients. I'll look up the ingredients after this section. I bet I can figure it out. You must have given someone some burning hammer, huh? Shitty nods. Yeah, maybe. That's weird. We really get a customer this early? Yeah. Isn't the sales demo not until 1 o'clock? There are more sounds from the hallway. Chitty gets a weird look on her face. Whoa, what? What the heck? What's going on? Die! Suddenly, a man kicks down the door and bursts in, shrieking like a madman. His face is flushed. Steam is erupting from every pore. Shiri and I can only stare, frozen with bewilderment, as he rampages around the room, smashing everything in sight. In a matter of moments, the venue is completely totaled. Then the guy simply charges back out the door. No chance of holding a sales demo now. Why did this have to happen? Who was that guy? Why did he have to do this? Bad end. Demo postponed. Well, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna go right to the Sai that we saw and jump to Midorikawa. No. I need to get back to the menu. Or get stuck? How do I get back to the menu from here? I'm hitting escape. F2? Hey. Okay, so the Sai was before then. Okay. Wait. Tama has more bookmarks. Here we go. Jump, I think. It's gonna be in here. Here, Minoru Minorikawa. So in the Sai, yeah, there was Minoru Minorikawa. All right, my incredibly exaggerated journalist. Let's go. No, it's just... Yama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. It's the scratch cards that were in 4-star general gossip. Scratch cards, defined. A type of lottery card featuring areas printed with a special silver ink. These silver inked areas can be scratched off with just a fingertip or coin to reveal potential winnings, providing a quick speed lotto fix. In order to prevent the symbols or letters underneath the silver from showing through, the back of the card is printed in black. Somehow, you always seem to lose when you've got your hopes up, but manage to win when you least expect it. That's where the problem is. And what is the problem? If you shine a light on the cards from behind, you can see where the winning symbols are. Oh. I messed things up dealing with the printing company. All of this, he gestured vaguely. It's my fault, my responsibility. He proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Word was quick to leak on the internet that there was a way to find the winning symbols, and suddenly thousands of cardholders turned up en masse to collect. Heaven Publishing was hit with a massive financial liability, and the employees rushed to flee a sinking ship. Before Toyama realized it, he was the only one left at the company, and he was up against the deadline for next month's 4-star general gossip. If I have to drop next month's issue, I'll be stuck in debt even deeper, and if that happens, I'm finished. Toyama gave a dismal groan. So, I haven't changed that. Theo told me that was wrong a while ago, Victor, and I just
Ma'am, someone
keep
has
forgetting.
paid for your hydration.
Thank you, Victor. I keep forgetting to change it. So don't drop the issue, Minorikawa snapped. He pounded his fist right into the side of a cardboard box. But Toyama just shook his head weakly. I've been up for 3 days straight trying to fill the pages. It's not enough. Can't do the impossible. He dropped his gaze to the floor. His countless scratch cards lay scattered about. They'd probably been amidst the pile that had fallen off the desk earlier. Each card showed a neat row of 5 win symbols. You can't know if it's impossible if you don't see it through. I'll never make it in time. The proof needs to be done by 8 o'clock this evening. Proof defined. The final stage before printing, when the copy or manuscript is checked for errors. Not sending corrected proofs to the printer before the deadline can result in the book or magazine in question not making it onto the shelves in time for release day. Well then, Minorikawa thought to himself. He let out a sigh, then held his hand out to Hana. Hana, would you mind giving me that hose? Hana gave her father a quick look, then handed the rubber hose to Minorikawa. This won't be necessary. He tossed the rubber hose into the trash, then jabbed his finger at Toyama. Show me the layout on the draft proposal for next month's issue. Toyama blinked a few times in disbelief. Huh? You can't possibly be serious. I'm trying to help. Now show me the layout and the proposal before I change my mind. After a brief, incredulous pause, Toyama hurried off to grab the paperwork. A layout, in publishing speak, is an outline of a magazine showing which articles will occupy which pages. Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over, finding that 12 of the pages were still blank and untouched. You wanted to punch whatever writers had been assigned to those pages. See what I mean? Toyama said. It's hopeless. He sounded perversely proud of his failure. Getting enough material to fill 12 pages by 8 o'clock. It was definitely a tall order, all right. Says who? Minorikawa replied. Remember who you're talking to here. You seriously think you can do it? Minorikawa shot back. I seriously know I can do it. There's nothing in this world that I hate more than a bad joke. What? Why are you doing this for me? Toyama was getting misty-eyed. I'm not doing it for you, you spineless wimp. I'm doing this for poor little Hana. Minorikawa, I'm so sorry. Toyama bowed his head so deeply Minorikawa thought he might put his face through the floor. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to your daughter. Ugh, forgive me. Please. Forgive me, Hana. Toyama clutched her tightly in his arms. The girl hugged him back, on the verge of tears. Hey now, enough of the waterworks. I've got your backs. Don't you worry about a thing. Minorikawa picked up the draft proposal for the pages that needed filling. The words, Shibuya Scuttlebutt Special, were plastered across the cover sheet in big, bold type. Okay, so a 12-page special edition block on Shibuya. Fair enough. And first on the docket, drink yourself thin with burning hammer. This reeked of a scam. The only way drinking more of something would make you lose weight would be if it were mixed with a laxative, probably. Still, there wasn't enough time to tweak the layout plan now. According to the proposal write-up, a product demo was scheduled for 1 p.m. that day. The location printed on the map was blurry and hard to make out, but Minorikawa had a rough idea where it was. It looked like he didn't have much of a choice but to swing by in the hopes of getting more material. He scanned further along into the proposal. Society of Surveillance. Hidden cameras installed throughout Shibuya. The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Where are they now? Washed up screenwriter showcase. Sexy Square. Twins share top prize at local university beauty contest. I'm gonna guess that's Maria and her sister. Shibuya now. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya? Shadowy foreign crime syndicate. Oh shit. Syndicate exposed. I hope they're not organ trafficking the daughters. Those 7 pieces were to fill the 12 empty pages. That was the plan at any rate. But there wasn't enough material there to make any headway. The Shibuya Now article didn't even have any proposed content. This sucked hardcore. Didn't look like there was much material for the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad either. The note suggested that a few years prior, a group of youngsters in Shibuya had banded together to help fight crime in their neighborhoods. At this point, however, things had flipped around completely, and they'd become a gang of street punks themselves. Turned to the dark side. It had the makings of an interesting article, to be sure, but tracking down this gang would take time. Minarikawa was personally intrigued by the one about organ harvesting in Shibuya. The rumor was that organs were being smuggled out of Southeast Asia and fenced locally at a tremendous price. There was even a plan to ascertain the authenticity of these claims. Fascinating. Minarikawa was going to be spending all day gathering other material, though. He didn't have much time to spare for it. Shibuya Now. The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya? Minarikawa decided that one of those 3 would have to go. He thought about it long and hard as he stared at the draft proposal. There was a good chance he'd really screw himself over if he picked the wrong one. Finally, he decided to cut. Oh, Jesus. What did he decide to cut? Shibuya Now. He decided to cut Shibuya Now. He didn't have the time to make up an article out of whole cloth. His goal was just to make sure that the 4-star general gossip made it to the press at all. Society of Surveillance. Where are they now? Sexy Squared. Those 3 pieces had individuals slated for interviews, but no appointments had been made with any of them. Unscheduled interviews were a dicey prospect. Minarikawa decided to call them up on his cell as he made his way down the list. The only one he managed to get a hold of was Shinosuke Orai. Ooh, Orai from the Where Are They Now piece. He said he'd be willing to give a 15-minute interview after 2:30. Minarikawa sighed. He'd just have to get material from the others in a more impromptu fashion then. Putting his nose to the grindstone, he started throwing together a schedule for the day. Was it possible to get all that material and write it all up and still finish the whole thing by 8 o'clock? It was no use. No matter how he tweaked it, none of his simulations ended with him having a proof ready on time. He just needed one more thing, and that was another writer. Minarikawa zoomed through his contacts list, calling up all the freelancers he knew. The results were depressing. Answering machines, overseas on business, in the hospital, currently doing time. Megan was like, get rid of the Shibuya Defenders. But that's Achi, so I thought maybe I should keep it. Before long, he'd called everyone he could think of except for one, novice freelancer Chiaki Iso. Chiaki was a bit of an odd duck, a reporter who was scared of talking to people. Minarikawa had never known anyone who became so hopelessly flustered in a one-on-one setting. Defined, hopelessly flustered. In such a rattled state as to be unable to speak, Chiaki's tendency to become flustered is famous among her freelance writer colleagues. Once, she conducted an hour-long interview during which she only managed to ask her interview subject's name. Yet another chapter in The Legend of Hopelessly Flustered Chiaki. She couldn't talk to people. She certainly couldn't do interviews. If she couldn't get any real interview content, she wouldn't be able to write much in the way of copy. Would she come to his aid? If asked? Quite probably. The issue was whether she would hinder more than help. Oh, I didn't even mean to pick that, but I did. This was no time for beggars to be choosers. Minarikawa decided to call up Chiaki. The phone rang several times before a sleepy voice finally answered. Sound only, Chiaki Iso. Hello? Chiaki, hi. It's Minarikawa. Are you free today? Huh? What? She seemed thrown by the abrupt question. Did you just wake up? Huh? No, I mean, well, yeah. Good morning. Her voice still sounded half asleep. So then I'm guessing you don't have any work slated for today, as usual. Pretty much. No work, no money, no food. Nothing to do except sleep. If I'm not awake, I can't dwell on how hungry I am. She didn't sound well. Almost like she literally didn't have anything to eat. Well, I've got work for you. I'm over at 4-Star General Gossip. Get over here ASAP. What? You really mean it? That seemed to finally wake her up. Yeah, but hurry. Minorikawa decided he'd assign Chiaki to the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. First, I want you to take a look around Shibuya for this group of vigilante types. By vigilantes, you mean people who have volunteered to help prevent crime? There was a note of relief in Chiaki's voice. Yeah, that's right. Except apparently now they've turned into a nasty street gang. Did you say street gang? Oh, no way, absolutely not. Minorikawa could almost see her shaking her head on the other end of the line. What if I get killed or sold into slavery overseas or something? He doubted there was much chance of the latter, or the former for that matter, but still, he understood her concern. All right, I hear you, he said. Then how about you go hang around Shibuya Station and do some street interviews for me? Street interviews? There was a nervous waver in Chiaki's voice now. Yeah, just talk to normal, regular people walking around outside the train station. That should be fine. Yeah? Mr. Minoi, street interviews aren't really my, Apparently it was beyond her capacity to give him a simple no. No buts! Just interview at least 10 people and get me an article by 6 o'clock. Okay. Minorikawa had originally planned to axe the Shibuya Now piece because it didn't have any content, but getting some quotes from people on the street would at least make for useful filler. That gave him a sudden idea. He'd take on the vigilante story himself and have Chiaki handle Shibuya Now. That was plenty of work to keep 2 people occupied throughout the day. The more time-consuming organ market story would have to be cut. After explaining what kind of interviews he was after, Minorikawa hung up. Okay, I've gotten us another writer. We'll get through, Toyama, somehow. Toyama shrugged gloomily. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's actually one more problem. Are you kidding me? Minorikawa couldn't hide the irritation in his voice. What is it now? The loan company is sending a debt collector over at 4 o'clock. But as you can imagine, I don't have a single yen to give them. That's less than ideal, yeah? So what's the plan? Well, they've said provisionally that if next month's issue gets published, they'll be willing to wait on repayment. Then there's no problem. The issue's coming out, guaranteed. But they're not going to take my word on that anymore. I'm going to need to prove it. If we could fill, say, half of the 12 pages by the time they show up, I could probably convince them. All right, Minorikawa said very warily. So for starters, you need 6 pages by 4 o'clock. They had to get all 12 pages done as it was. That made a perfect midpoint to shoot for. Any other problems you'd like to let me know about? No, Toyama said. No, that's all. I really am sorry about this, Minorikawa. Again, he bowed his head low. Minorikawa felt distinctly awkward. He had known Toyama for years, and had never been kowtowed to like this before. Yeah, well, just let me head a little, alright? Minorikawa unfolded a map of Shibuya. The first order of business was deciding where to begin getting content. He marked the editing office with a circle, then considered where to head next. Diet drink sales demos, Center Gai. Where are they now? Sakuragaoka, Theater Ace. Society of Surveillance, Dogenzaka, Endo Electronics. Sexy Squared, Midoriyama Academy. Shibuya Vigilantes, location to be determined. Midoriyama Academy. Defined. A university associated with Midoriyama High School. Notable alumni include famous actress Masami Nagahama and National High School baseball championship-winning pitcher, the Tissue Prince. Its educational philosophy is summed up in its slogan, Words, Skill, and Beauty. A very high percentage of winners of the Miss Midoriyama contest go on to careers in the entertainment industry. The diet drink sales demo was at 1 o'clock, and the interview with Shinosuke Orai for Where Are They Now was slated for 2:30, so those times were set. The question was what to do in the interim. It was a little early, but maybe he should just go to Center Gai and get an interview at the diet drink sales demo. It was a bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Dogenzaka and check out Endo Electronics. It was a bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Dogenzaka and check out Endo Electronics. Yeah, that should give him what he needed to put together the Society of Surveillance piece. Okay, I'm heading out. Don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Minorikawa hustled out of the editing office, hoping Toyama would take his admonition to heart. A taxi came by just as Minorikawa stepped outside. Huh? You again? It was Kimizuka's taxi again. What can I say? I know how to sniff out a guy who's going places. Really? Well then. Dogenzaka! ASAP! Son of a bitch. Minorikawa bristled. I beg your pardon? That son of a bitch you wanted to give a piece of your mind, sir. Was he waiting for you like you expected? Oh, yeah. And I damn well did give him a piece of my mind, too. Glad to hear it, sir. The taxi sped off. Minorikawa pulled out the proposal and looked it over again. The idea for the surveillance story revolved around the claim that hidden cameras had been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts, upwards of 500 of them. Supposedly, these had eliminated lots of blind spots, and the crime rate in the area had dropped significantly. The cameras were managed by Daisuke Endo, the owner of Endo Electronics and chairman of the local downtown committee. That would be Achi's dad. That was Minorikawa's first mission then. He needed to get this guy's story. Scanning the side of the road, Minorikawa finally spotted a rundown electronics shop. The sign out front, which looked like it might fall off at any moment, read, Endo Electronics. Right here's fine. The taxi stopped, and Minorikawa pulled a 10,000 yen bill from his wallet. Keep the change, he said. What? Look, don't sweat it. The name's Minorikawa, and I'm a freelance writer. I care about two things, what's real and what's true. There's real worth to what you've done for me. That there's a token of my appreciation. It's not much, but please, take it. Minorikawa slid out of the taxi and headed for the electronics store. Even if you're some weird anime stereotype, I think you're my favorite. Minorikawa. Inside, Endo Electronics looked more like a mountain of hoarded junk than an actual business. Towering piles of ancient appliances stretched toward the ceiling. Old television sets with dial knobs leaned against computers with 5-inch floppy drives. Defined 5-inch floppy drives. A storage medium for personal computers in production from 1976 to 2001. The magnetic discs are sheathed in paper or plastic jackets and are known for their tendency to flop around in one's hand. Technically speaking, they are 5.25 inches in diameter. Incidentally, Door, released in 1983, the debut title from this game's producer, Koichi Nakamura, was produced in a 5-inch floppy version. That's cool. Door, I have to write that down. You got what you intended, Koichi Nakamura. Someone is going to look up your game. What possible use could there be for all this outdated stuff? Mr. Endo, are you in here? Minorikawa called out. Nobody came to greet him. The shop was definitely open, though. Surely a proprietor hadn't left it unattended. Hey! Mr. Endo! Come on! I know you're in there! After a short wait, Minorikawa heard sounds from the living space behind the shop. A door opened to reveal a tired-looking, middle-aged man. He kind of looks like Danny Trejo. Don't you think? Yeah, what do you want? Are you Mr. Endo? Minorikawa asked. I am, the man said guardedly. And I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of something at the moment. Could you come back tomorrow, or... Please, just give me a minute. I'm a freelance writer. Name's Minorikawa. Minorikawa showed Endo his business card. I'm writing an article for 4-Star General Gossip. A magazine piece, huh? Precisely. So if I could just have a little of your time today. The phone rang, cutting him off before I could get down to business. I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me for a moment. Endo reached into the clutter and pulled out a telephone. Hello, Endo Electronics. The proprietor listened for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Yeah? That's a problem, all right. All right, understood. I'll try and get a hold of the customer then. Just set the receiver back down. What was that all about? Minorikawa asked. Oh, yesterday. I sold a dry ice machine. The manufacturer just called to let me know the model is defective. Defective? Apparently, once it starts making dry ice, it won't stop. I need to tell the customer I have to recall the machine and refund their deposit. Please give me a moment. Endo sifted through some sales slips, read a number off of one, and made a phone call. Nobody picked up on the other end, however. That's right, he grumbled to himself. He said they had some performance today. Performance? Minarikawa asked. I sold it to a guy from some theater troupe. They're called the Wandering Angels or something. Defined. Wandering Angels. A theater troupe run by Shinosuke Orai. This afternoon at 5:30 p.m., they're performing their 22nd piece, Au revoir. Right now, all of the actors are already at the theater except for Akiomi Mondo, who plays the rival of the main character, Ryu. Ryu. The one word in Japanese, the one sound I will never say right. The angry production chief has sent his assistant to Mondo's apartment, but he does not yet know what awaits him there. Continued in The Tale of the Wandering Angels, Episode 2. 6 episodes in all. The Wandering Angels? That was Shinosuke Orai's theater troupe. Mirikawa had an interview with him booked for 2:30. Anyhow, what can I do for you? Mirikawa hastily explained what he was after. Endo gave him a dubious look. As I said earlier, I'm a bit busy right now. Busy cleaning up, I hope. How do you get anything done in this mess? Why, you... Are you this rude to all your interview subjects? 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes of your time, please. You've got to be joking. Go on, get the hell out of here. Endo headed for his back room in a huff. Fine, then I'll just have to write about what you've already told me. Namely, that Endo Electronics sells defective merchandise. Huh? Just what are you implying? Did you or did you not sell that theater troupe a defective piece of equipment? Look, I'm going to get in touch with them as soon as I'm betting they're in a hurry preparing for their performance. I doubt you'll be getting through to them today. Endo bit his lip. Now that I have your attention, Minarikawa said, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? I'm meeting with a member of the Wandering Angels a little later today. I can let them know about the dry ice machine for you. In exchange, all you have to do is give me my interview. Endo scowled. And where's your proof that you'll be meeting with the Wandering Angels? I might take advantage of a guy when he's down, Minarikawa replied. But one thing. I'm not a liar. The shopkeeper took a few moments to think about it. Fine, he grumbled. 5 minutes. That's all you get. Minarikawa whipped his notepad out of his coat like he was drawing a gun. Then let's get right down to it, shall we? Go right ahead. So I hear that over 500 surveillance cameras have been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts. Yes, that's right. Why so many? We used to have a lot of delinquents in town. Defined delinquents. Young people who act rowdy or cause trouble, often at arcades or convenience store parking lots, and who frequently resort to petty theft and other mischief, also referred to, in more outmoded terms, as ruffians or hoodlums. Endo said the word with marked distaste. Oh, yeah. I remember there being some problem kids around. They were real punks. They vandalized my signs, made a mess of my storehouse. They were just awful. I see. Minarikawa scribbled diligently in his notepad. Heck, my own son put together a sort of vigilante squad to help teach these punks a lesson. Wait. Vigilante squad? Whoa, hold up right there for a second. Minarikawa jutted out his hand to interrupt. This guy's son was part of the vigilante squad? What a stroke of luck. Maybe he could also provide some info for the article on the gangs of Shibuya. Sorry, I don't mean to get too far off topic here, but could you tell me the name of this group your son belongs to? They call themselves SOS. Defined, SOS. Originally, a group of well-meaning young people who would get together downtown as a sort of vigilante squad, trying to keep Shibuya clean and safe. In those days, the group never engaged in theft or other criminal activities. More recently, however, SOS has become one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya, resorting to defacing public property with graffiti, shoplifting, and shaking people down for cash. Prided themselves on being the top gang in Shibuya and all that. The top gang in Shibuya? Did I really just hit the jackpot right here? Not to pat myself on the back, but... Huh. Go me. All I have to do is step outside and the story finds me.
Now
That might be a
displaying a
natural.
message for YouTube.
Thanks, Trixie. As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to put me in touch with your son? Yeah, sure. But you should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. That's a jump to Achi. Do I want to jump to Achi right now? No, I think we're okay. Oh no, I didn't mean to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Excuse me. Oh, Minorikawa hesitated. Guess he's of no use to me then. Oh, believe me, I know how you feel. The look on Endo's face spoke volumes. There was no point in interviewing Endo's son if he wasn't with the gang anymore. It figured that Morikawa's run of good luck would end eventually. Still, he'd gotten a lead in the form of a name, SOS. That was progress. Alright, so back to the matter at hand. He flipped his notepad back open. What did you decide to do about all those juvenile delinquents? I set up a tiny little web camera in order to protect my property. Defined, web camera. Cameras designed to send video information to a computer via the internet. Look carefully and you can often spot them outside private residences and even on public streets, where they installed for use in surveillance. Given the risks of transmitted data being intercepted, the images recorded by such cameras are generally encrypted to prevent playback by unauthorized third parties. Many landmarks and attractions make their camera footage publicly available online. I see. This was 2008, the era of the, like, panda cams and all of that. And I'm guessing the webcam did the trick? Sure did. And so then the other local businesses heard about it and started asking me to install some for them. Web cameras aren't particularly expensive, so it wasn't too tough to set them up all over downtown. So who's in charge of these security cameras? Members of the Downtown Business Committee take turns. The cameras are connected via a wireless network that business owners can access throughout the area. Defined, wireless network. A LAN, or local area network, a communication system that can only be used within a limited geographical area. A wireless LAN transmits using electronic signals. Although convenient because it does not require cable attachments, there is a risk of signals conveyed in this way being intercepted by a third party. How's your security for this wireless network? Oh, no problems on that front. Endo seems surprised at that question. All of the footage sent over the network is fully encrypted. Defined, encrypted. Encryption is the process of encoding data so that it is indecipherable by a third party. Restoring encrypted data to its initial form requires what is called a key, a program designed for this purpose. There are two main types of such cryptographic systems. Secret key cryptosystems use the same key for both encryption and decryption. Public key cryptosystems use a public key to encrypt the data, but require a private key known by the recipient in order to decrypt. But still, people can't feel too good about being recorded on camera without their knowledge, don't you think? Minorikawa asked. Shopkeeper's expression darkened. We hope to strike a balance between crime prevention and protecting individual privacy. And who determines what that balance is? Minorikawa let a note of challenge slip into his voice. That would be me. I've been entrusted with the management of the security cameras. I see. So essentially, you're providing your own moral oversight. Are you implying that I'm abusing my authority? Endo shot back. I'm doing this in the name of public order. Right. You've had your 5 minutes. Now get out of here. Shopkeeper stood up and headed into the back. I'll be sure to let the Wandering Angels know about the dry ice machine, Minorikawa hollered at the closing door. Episode 2. When Akiomi Mondo didn't show up at the theater at the meetup time, production assistant Yukio Totsuka went to call on him at his apartment. Upon arriving, Totsuka found that the place had been staked out by debt collectors. Mondo had borrowed 300,000 yen. Everyone is in debt in this game. I mean, it's like it's America. Mondo had borrowed 300,000 yen, and they wouldn't leave his home until he paid up. It looked like the only way to save Mondo was to give the debt collectors the operating funds for the theater. But before Totsuka could head back to relay this news, the props master, Shinichi Bando, showed up. Continued in episode 3. Endo didn't reply. Minorikawa had gotten enough of the story to put an article together, so he decided to hurry to a coffee shop and get started on some copy. He was making his way down along Dogenzaka when his cell phone rang. The incoming call displayed showed Chiaki's name. Chiaki, what's going on? Sound only, Chiaki Iso. Oh! No use. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. What's no use? I can't do this. I just can't talk to people passing by on the street. What? Why not? It's just that everyone seems so busy when they're walking past. If I try to interrupt them, they're gonna be all mad at me. Well, who the hell cares if they get mad? Minorikawa was ready to start ripping his hair out. I don't want them to be mad at me. She whimpered. Oh, I don't want them to be mad at me. She whimpered again. Well, this wasn't about what she wanted, was it? She was supposed to be working, not whining. Look, Chiaki, you need to get me those interviews, period. Do I make myself clear? He hung up before she could squeeze in an objection. Damn it, Minorikawa muttered. Just what I needed. One more thing to worry about. He pulled at his hair a few times, then cast his worried gaze in the direction of Shibuya Station. To be continued. Hey, okay. That's good. That's good. We finished somebody. Good. All right. I'm kind of baffled about where to go. I guess maybe... You know what? We saved Kano from passing out from that drink, so we'll go back to Kano. 11:35. That's when he got the drink, right? Yeah. Aboard the train. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on his cell phone. Yes, everything's going fine on this end, he said. There's no need to worry. In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attaché case as the man they were tailing. He headed right toward the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. Well, now that's not suspicious. Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation at the other end of the car. Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofread. And, as you recall, 225 is Japanese cop code for kidnapping. That was police jargon for kidnapping. Was the guy in cahoots with the kidnapper? Maybe the criminals had planned an attaché case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he'd come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. Yes, right. Understood. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware that he was being watched. Kano decided to look away nonchalantly. But his anxiety got the better of him, and after a moment, he turned his gaze right back. Soon, the two men were locked in a staring contest. My apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on a train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he'd come. Sheesh. Guess I overreacted. You gotta stop staring at everyone, an overly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend into your surroundings more. Tsushima, when'd you get here? His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Kano had seen Tsushima disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Claws, Yakuza member, Japanese folk singer, and a Buddhist priest to name a few. But this was a new extreme, even for him. This is a different list than the last time we were here. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Tsushiyama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits, but lately his quirk had become tedious. Concentrate, keep your eyes peeled. Tsushiyama gave Kano a pat on the backside and slipped away into the next car. The suspect, meanwhile, was still staring out the window. The announcer's electronic voice filled the train compartment. Next stop, Harajuku. Next stop, Harajuku. Huh? Kano almost cried out. The suspect was moving toward the exit door. Apparently he was only taking the train one station down the line. Harajuku. The train pulled into Harajuku Station, and the man got off. Defined. Harajuku. The area east of the Japan Rail Harajuku Station, corresponding to Jingu Mei One Chrome in Shibuya. Once a bustling shukuba, or post station, where travelers could rest while journeying across the country, in modern times it bustles instead with high schoolers after school displaying flashy youth fashion. Clothing and accessory stores and fast food restaurants line the streets. Many cutting-edge trends in Japanese youth culture get their start here. The detectives following him disembarked accordingly. The suspect walked along the platform and took a seat on an empty bench. Was he checking to see if he had a tail? Sticking around on the platform at a station where you just got off was pretty unusual behavior. Not wanting to arouse a man's suspicion, the investigators from the MPD made their way down the stairs as inconspicuously as they could. Kano, however, had a sudden inspiration and went to speak to one of the station attendants. Sorry to bother you, but I think I left something on the train just now. He tried to keep an eye on the man on the bench as he fed his story to the attendant. The suspect sat silently on the bench, attaché case clutched securely in his arms. He didn't really look like he was checking for a tail. Was he waiting here for someone else then? Beware, please step back from the gap. The train to Shinbunjima Tokyo Station is coming. Before long, a train heading counterclockwise around the loop arrived. Man rose from the bench and stepped up to the boarding area. Wait, what the heck? If this guy got on the counterclockwise train, wouldn't that just take him right back to Shibuya Station? The man boarded the train. Kano had no choice but to follow suit. Is this guy playing them? The suspect got off again once the train reached Shibuya. All he'd done was go to Harajuku and come right back. Kano reported in to Kuze. The suspect has returned to Shibuya Station. Acknowledged. Keep tailing him. Kano felt himself growing increasingly paranoid. This criminal organization didn't seem too keen on getting away. And here was HQ giving these guys free rein. Something was off. He was sure of it. As he tailed the mark, Kano took out his phone. What were Tatano's instincts about the case right now? It's time to consult the Dictum book. The senior detective had any advice, Kano would love to hear it. Not the book. We're calling the Dick himself. He dialed Tatano's number. The line rang a few times, but nobody picked up. Probably was too busy seeing to Hitomi's safety. Kano felt bewildered. They'd been letting the suspect lead them around for over an hour now. During an abduction case, you generally didn't update the victim's family on any developments in the case, in case they tried to interfere. Kano could only imagine what the Osawa family was going through right now. After a short walk from Shibuya Station, the attaché case was handed off yet again. This time, the recipient was a tall, dark-skinned man. Again, the Shibuya-based task force split into two groups in order to tail both suspects. Kano stuck with the man who had the case. As the previous man had done, the newest suspect wandered around Dongenzaka for a while. Repeatedly looping around and around the same locations was a weirdly roundabout way to make a series of handoffs. Excuse me, detective. This is the English instructor for Maria and Hitomi's class. He was there the night that Maria was kidnapped. Oh, hey, he said. I know you. It was Leland Palmer, the lecturer who'd been an eyewitness to the kidnapping. The man practically radiated concern. How is Maria doing? Is she all right? His Japanese is supposed to be bad, so I am, well, or at least halting, so I'm gonna try and make his English a little awkward. I am very worried for her. His Japanese was more halting now. My heart, it is with her family. Kano gave a quick look around. It didn't appear that they were being watched. Didn't get spots us. My cover's blown. We're hosed. I can't stick around like this. Leland, I'm sorry, but at this stage, I can't share any details. Is that so? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Leland cast his eyes down and hung his head. Please don't worry, though. We are still hard at work investigating. Yes. Thank you very much. With that, Kano turned away from the lecturer and went back to tailing his suspect. That's gotta be a roomie. He pulled his phone from his pocket. It was the roomie again. It's weird that she called twice when she knew he was in the middle of something important. Had something happened while she was at the meeting at the cafe with Shizuo? Kano picked up hurriedly. What's the matter? What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Rather than the roomie's soft soprano, it was a threatening... Oh! What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Rather than roomie's soft soprano, it was a threatening masculine voice that came over the phone. Oh, Jesus. Kano felt his whole body stiffen with dread. Is this my father-in-law speaking? Don't remember being anyone's father-in-law. Speaker's tone was firm and flat. No, I know, I just, Kano found himself at a loss for words. So you're dating my daughter, huh? Sir, yes, sir. Kano barely squeaked out his reply. Thinking about getting married? Yes, sir. And speaking of which, I'd love to sit down and have a chance for a nice long... Then how long are you gonna keep me waiting? Hurry up and get your ass over here. Oh, how very much Kano wished he could do exactly that. Sir, I would, but... Forget it. The words came in an angry huff. You can't have her. Goodbye. What? Sir, please, wait. As Kano cried in desperation, he heard Rumi's voice on the other end of the line. Dad, you can't just use my phone like that. You were taking too long in the bathroom. Give it back. Rumi. Kano tried and failed to keep the heartbreak out of his voice. Sweetie, what's wrong? Your father just said he doesn't want us getting married. What? Dad? What did you say to my boyfriend? Listen to you. Calling that boy little pet names and whatnot. I think you're a little too attached. Daddy, you haven't even met him. That's why I told you to have him come see me. How long's he's gonna make me wait? Kano listened as the two argued on the other end of the phone. The phone must be lying somewhere between them. Could this get any more awkward? Rumi, I'm sorry, Kano shouted apologetically into the mouthpiece. This is all my fault. Please, you don't have to fight like this. The phone clattered as Rumi scrambled to bring it to her cheek. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Sorry for what? It was Shizuo again, grumbling in the background. You have nothing to apologize for. I'll deal with my father, Rumi said hastily. You just focus on work, sweetie. I know you're in the middle of something really important. Thanks, Rumi. Kano was legitimately touched. I'll do my best. Kano hung up and went back to the task at hand, more determined than ever. In all seriousness, Victor, don't you think that sounds like my dad? Like, that's some bullshit my dad would do. For Rumi's sake, not to mention the victims, he needed focus on cracking this case. The man he was tailing was walking several meters ahead. There was no telling when Kuze might give the arrest order. Kano braced himself to spring into action the very instant the order came down. Mobile command to all units. Once more, the director's voice came in over the wireless. Was it time to make the arrest at last? We've identified the man who first picked up the attaché case by the statue of Hachiko. No arrest yet then, but still. Crucial development. His name is Tariq al-Karawan. Okay. He's got priors for larceny, illegal possession of narcotics, you name it. He belongs to a foreign criminal syndicate that's operating in Shibuya. Kano felt his apprehension rising. If this syndicate was behind the kidnapping, they were anything but amateurs. And though they might be leading the police on a wild goose chase, they certainly weren't playing around. Yeah, Vic, and on top of it, he was like, well, you're a piece of shit, right? Like, and then just absolutely thinks that his judgment is God, right? Because he had to wait. To be continued. Oh, we might be almost done with chapter 2. We might be going on intermission early. Okay. So that's Minorikawa, Kano. It looks like, so nothing really changed for anybody. Oh, wait. I think we'll go to Tama because we stopped Minorikawa from going to Nokane, the building. So we'll go to Tama. I think. Here, yes. As for me, I can't. Just sit there and don't speak up. Isn't this just a scam, sir? I can't just sit there and not speak up. Isn't this just a scam, sir? Because, yeah. Sorry, can't hear you! Yanagista plays dumb. Fine, I repeat myself. This is a scam, isn't it? He tilts his head to one side. Something's wrong with my ear! Ah, there must be water in it! Undeterred, I repeat myself once more. This is a scam, isn't it? Tears are welling up in Mr. Yanagishita's eyes. Look, kid, he says huskily, listen up. He's clearly struggling to maintain his calm. You're in the grown-ups world now. I nod a few times, but a scam is still a scam, right? I say. You, sir? What's your name again? Oh, it's Tama. Okay, Tama. Why are you still wearing your costume? What? He straight up dodged my question. Oh well. At least I tried. I explained the situation with my suit. Wow. So then, are you gonna do the sales demo like that? Well, if I can't take the mascot costume off, I don't have much of a choice, do I? No, that wouldn't do at all. I hired you to be a model. If you're wearing that thing, then what's the point? I'm at a loss for words. The point is exactly what he's missing. It's not like I'm wearing this getup because I want to. How about we just cut it off yet? Cheery says with a big grin. She pulls a massive pair of scissors out of her bag. The blades make an unsettling snip-snip sound as she waggles them in my face. Oh, no, you can't do that, Yanagishita exclaims. That suit's a rental. I don't want to have to reimburse them for the thing. Well, then what am I supposed to do? I ask. He looks at me uncertainly. Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down, Chiri suggests, before helping herself to the rest of my lunch. Oh, hey, good idea, Yanagishita says. He seems to be making an effort to calm himself down, at least. Just try to grin and bear it until then, Tama. Well, guess that's that then. Sure, we'll get it off eventually, I say. Hopefully before the demo. That's the spirit. I really need you to be my model. A model, huh? It's flattering, but I can't help but wonder, would I be any good at that? Well, this is no time to be timid. I need that money, no matter what. Oh, are you gonna make me sit through this part? Okay, we already did this, so I'm gonna push ahead unless I see something new. And then he comes up and is like, what up? Yes, we know. I feel like I know this actor. I feel like I've seen him on a lot of like comedy Japanese talk shows. We are about to enter ads, but I'm gonna push through this repeat until then. And then if I hit new content, I'll pause when we get there. Her boots are really cute. Very 2008. But they're super cute, the slouchy boot. Here's another guy who's in debt too. He's got 2 million yen debt. So far, he wins. He has so many teeth. I know he's got just as much teeth as me, but they're so, like, they just look like there's so many. Okay, we're at some new content, so I'm gonna pause. Okay, we're back. Once again, I ask myself, why am I in such a rush to get this necklace anyway? I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. I try my hardest to think of a reason, but all I get is a dull aching throb at the back of my head. It's the same pain I felt earlier, as if I've gotten a good bonk on the head or something. To be continued. Girl, you're just passing out from dehydration. That would be a very bitey mixtape. All right, so that is 3 to be continues. We are motoring. Nothing seemed to change there for sure. So let me think. I don't think that Achi has had much change in his plotline. The last time we saw Asawa, he passed out from Hitomi going missing. But the last we saw Hitomi, she hadn't gone missing. She was safe with Achi. So I think we'll go back to Osawa. Yeah, I guess we'll try going from his choice here at 11:40 and see what happens. Calling Makino. And just as a reminder, Osawa is a researcher in virology, and he was working with Okoshi Pharmaceuticals to create a vaccine for UA virus, which is in the Filoviridae family, the same family as Ebola. And he received emails from someone named A showing South Africans dying from UA virus with placards saying how far they were in the disease, which would pretty much only be used in human trials. And it's not a vaccine, it's an antiviral. And his antiviral wasn't coming out because they couldn't do human trials. Partially Japan's lack of organization around it, and partially to do human trials would be to kill the people in it, as it can kill you in 24 hours. Symptoms onset close to 12 hours after infection, which is 7 times faster than Ebola. So he has just decided to call his boss, which I believe is also his wife's father. He closed his eyes and tried to banish his nerves completely. First, he took a nice deep breath, then he closed his eyes and tried to banish his nerves completely. Inclining his head towards the music, he could feel the melody pervade his body. He could scarcely believe there had been a time when he hadn't cared about music. Surely something that had such a strong effect on the body and mind alike also conveyed a deeper meaning. Osawa let the positive energy flow through him, buoying his spirits. Osawa's also the father of Maria and Hitomi, the young women at risk of being forever kidnapped. At last, when his mood had sufficiently calmed under the music's influence, Osawa reached for the handset. Oh, Mr. Osawa, did you have to make a phone call? The study door had opened and a stolid-faced man had appeared in the doorway. It's Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the detectives from the Shibuya precinct. Yoshio Kajiwara, defined. Detective with the Shibuya precinct's Criminal Investigation Division. He is sociable but awkward. Despite his reserved personality, he can be quite unsettling. His colleagues at the precinct refer to him by nicknames such as Japanese Columbo and Little Ken Takakura, given his own demeanor as a detective. Ken Takakura. I know that reference. Ken Takakura, born Takiichi Oda, was a Japanese actor and singer who appeared in over 200 films. Affectionately referred to as Ken-san by audience, he was best known for his brooding style and the stoic presence he brought to his roles. He was the John Wayne.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
John Wayne of Edo era Japan. Look at this handsome motherfucker. Look at this handsome motherfucker. Ridiculous. Such a good-looking guy. Okay. He struck Osawa as a bit too soft-spoken and meek for a detective, really. His treatment of the kidnapping case gave an impression of flighty detachment that made him seem rather undependable. Ah, no, it's nothing important. Osawa drew his hand back from the phone. Have there been any developments, detective? Kajiwara shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry to bother you. When you're finished in here, would you be so kind as to come to the living room? All right, Osawa said quietly. I'll only be a little bit longer. Kajiwara nodded and departed. He took a nice deep breath. Megan, no! No! Well, you've only got about a half hour left with me, I think. We're about to finish Osawa, and then we're going to finish Achi. He took a nice deep breath, and then he dialed up Makino. Has there been any progress? Makino asked as he picked up. His voice was somber. No, Osawa said. Nothing much yet. Anisai came in from the other end of the line. Yeah, right up there with Donnie Yen. Yeah, Ip Man's actor in Korea was very much in his younger days, kind of a John Wayne, handsome type who did a lot of detectives and martial art films. I see. Then what can I do for you? Sir, I'll just get right to the point. Have you conducted clinical trials using the antiviral drug? Makino didn't respond right away. What makes you think that? He asked at last. I know we've heard this before, but it was 4 hours ago, so I feel like rereading it is important. Osawa described the emails he'd received. So these are actually real medical texts. Delta University Press in particular is really big on virology and research. So Chun does a lot of textbook translation. When he'd finished, Makino let out his breath in surprise. Not over the phone, he said. We'll discuss this in person. I'll head over to your place when I'm done here. As soon as possible, sir. As soon as I can manage, Makino said. You're not the only person who's busy. With that, Makino hung up. There was no doubt about it, and there had been human testing. Sawa went to let Tanaka know he'd be meeting with Makino. Kajiwara stood in the hallway. He looked like he'd been waiting there the whole time for Sawa to come out of the study. Are you hungry? He asked. Here, I've got something that's good for when you're tired. Kajiwara then slipped a hand into his suit pocket. The banana! We've been waiting, Megan and I have been waiting for the banana. He pulled out a banana. A fruit belonging to family Muscate. I'm sorry, I can't take this serious. Okay. A fruit belonging to family Musaceae, genus Musa. Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll, was a huge lover of bananas, and the peanut butter and banana sandwich is said to have been his favorite. It is called the Elvis in a lot of places. If a banana peel is dropped under even remotely comedic circumstances, there is a high chance that someone will eventually slip on it. I'm fine, thanks, Osawa said. Yeah, it is. In a lot of the Midwest and in diners, they have like the grilled Elvis or the Elvis. It's peanut butter banana. Bananas are a berry. Actually, to be direct, they are a type of climactic berry that could be called a palm in certain circumstances. We'll talk about that once we finish Osawa's section. Redeem a plant fact, and we'll talk about bananas. Kajiwara seemed to lack a detective sense of situational awareness. Just being around him got on Osawa's nerves. Well, sir, I need you to come with me, the detective said. You don't mind. He took Osawa by the arm. As Kajiwara hurried him toward the living room, Osawa could hear other detectives talking on the other side of the door. No, actually, Megan's right, and I am adding more detail, not correcting her. A palm is a type of berry. He's working at a time like this, seriously? Sheesh, I do not get rich people and their priorities. Yeah, I feel bad for his daughter. Her dad's a real piece of work. Nice. They were bad-mouthing him in his own house. Oh, I'm really sorry about all that, Kajiwara said, pausing in embarrassment. Sawa pushed past him and opened the door. Yes, I yes-anded. A number of police detectives had holed up in the living room. They went suddenly silent as Osawa entered. The poor motherfucker who's blinking. So tell me, he said sarcastically, would you rather I stay here weeping as I watch this disaster unfold? Detectives winced and grimaced. Forgive me for not being a perfect father, he added, his hostility building. Kajiwara stepped forward to intervene before things got out of hand. Now, let's not be touchy. I am not being touchy, Osawa snapped. But he knew full well that he was. These guys had the time to sit around backbiting him, but not to go out and bring Maria to safety. Already close to half a day had gone by without any new developments. developments. The ransom demand had come in the previous night at 8 o'clock. Maria had been abducted roughly an hour before. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., by Hachiko in Shibuya. Have the sister, Hitomi, bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. The kidnapper called only once, so the police were unable to run a trace. I'll do it, Hitomi said. Anything for my sister. She didn't hesitate in the slightest at the suggestion that she make the ransom handoff. Osawa was staunchly opposed to the idea, but the police were of the opinion that it was better to acquiesce to the kidnapper's demands. Ai's reaction, on the other hand, baffled nearly everyone. We don't have 50 million just lying around. Are the police going to be putting that together for us? Kajiwara stepped in to reassure her. If it comes down to it, the police will be able to help raise the money. Fine. Go ahead. Do it. We need you to pay it back afterwards, though, of course. Well, then what's the point of that? Ai's voice spiked up to a piercing shriek. Calm down, Sawa told her. You're making a scene. I turned away in a huff. It's all right, detective, Sawa continued. I'll talk to the bank first thing tomorrow morning and figure something out. At that, I stormed out of the room. Kajiwara bowed his head several times in an apology. As soon as Hitomi has made contact, we'll apprehend the suspect and take things from there. What? Hold on. Won't that put Maria in danger? If we let the kidnapper get away with the money, we have no proof that he will return the hostage safely afterwards. There was a certain logic there Osawa had to concede. I see, he said. So you're saying that catching this guy will be easier for you if he keeps my daughter hostage? No, that's not what I was implying at all. Kajiwara wiped sweat off his brow and bowed profusely. At least, I promise we'll get your daughter back safe and sound, Mr. Osawa. Obviously, there was nothing to be gained from further challenging the detectives. All right, then. I'll let the police do their job. Osawa bowed even lower than Kajiwara had. How long are you going to just loaf around? I shrieked as she stormed into the room. Hurry up and arrest this guy! She was becoming increasingly hysterical. An hour had passed since the suspect had taken the money, and yet the police had made no effort to apprehend him. The police apparently had a rule against discussing an operation before it was fully resolved, and so the Osawas had been left in the dark. But they had overheard the task force talking over the wireless, and it appeared that they were deliberately letting the suspect roam free. Hey, I snapped again. If he gets away with our money, you are going to reimburse us, right? Oh, this bitch. Osawa scowled. She made it sound like the money was more important than Maria's life. The detectives exchanged uneasy glances. Both of these answers are not adequate for how I feel about this. Osawa chided his wife. It's only money. It doesn't matter. Only money? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much we're talking about here? The ferocity in her voice left him with no response. He should have known better than to expect her to make sacrifices for his daughters. By now he was accustomed to Ai's coldness toward the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who had passed away 15 years earlier. I had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself. Well, I continued, are the police going to reimburse us or not? I love how they did her makeup. It's like very cakey and pale. And her lips are what was popular for youth 2008. She glared pointedly at Kajiwara. Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria is safe. I stormed up to him, shouting right in his face. Stop dodging the question! Answer me! That's just the kind of, so you see how it fades off toward the top of her lip? That kind of gel gradient fade was really big in Japan for like teenagers and pop stars. Maybe, would you like something to eat to help you calm down? He held out a banana. I smacked it out of his hand. The banana shot, Megan! Oh dear. What a waste. Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered into his ear, I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino. Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. He made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. Kajiwara followed after him. Excuse me, Mr. Osawa. Yes. What is it? He fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. Sir, we'd appreciate if you could remain in the living room as much as possible. Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. Look, I've got a ton of work to do, he said. Are you here to tell me to play the role of the grieving father, too? No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa. Admirable? Did the word have a ring of sarcasm? Sarcasm? He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius. A genius? Me? Osawa made a skeptical noise. Am I mistaken, sir? You've made very important strides in the field of virus research. Or, well, so I've been told. Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He had never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people. Everyone who's a genius is also a little bit odd, after all, Kajiwara went on. Probably he'd intended that as a compliment, but still, Kajiwara... I know exactly what you're trying to do, my friend who's on the spectrum. Together, we will be awkward and terrible. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos, so long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know? Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Sawa let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, what did it even matter? So long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. By the way, what are you working on right now? He asked. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Osawa replied. Right. Precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me. He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face. I'd appreciate if you didn't hide things from me, sir, he said. Osawa gaped, at a loss for words. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kajiwara added hurriedly. Goodness, that made it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't it? The detective bowed his head repeatedly. I hope you'll forgive me. He held out the banana. That won't be necessary. How about this, then? This time, he pulled a bar of chocolate from his pocket. No, thank you. Did this guy just carry an endless food supply wherever he went? Oh my, Kajiwara murmured. You geniuses really are tough to sort out. He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment. What can I get for you then, sir? What I'd really like is some time by myself. Days of exasperation. Felt his way into his study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Then his eyes alighted on the bookshelf against the wall. Oh, look at those cuties. He pulled out a photo album and began to flip through it. There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that, after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with a fever. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, falling bedridden at the drop of a hat. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite the handful. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be so different despite them being twins. He flipped further into the album. There was a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera. Osawa felt like someone had stabbed a dagger in his heart. His daughters, or virology. Which truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? It was ridiculous to try to compare the two. Pocolat! Pocolat! Pocket chocolate! Pocolat! He'd known the answer before he even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated and sometimes made people act inconsistently. One of the consequences of that was this photo album. This was the last photo he had of Maria. He searched and searched through the rest of the album, but she was nowhere else to be found. Depression. Be continued. All right, I got one more, and then we've completely finished this chapter. Achi, what's going on in your universe? Okay. So I was locked out of Achi, and I still am, but there was a jump from Minorikawa to Achi. Yeah.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
Man, this is really just my gray hair, but it does look like I'm balding. It's freaking me out. Okay, we're gonna talk about some plant facts. Specifically, we've gotten to see a lot of bananas lately, so let's talk about bananas, shall we? So, bananas, plantains, and these guys that look like bananas are in the family Musaceae. Again, I repeat, for those of you who haven't heard this spiel before, botany is full of really fucking neckbeard motherfuckers. And they will not let you have incorrect information by any stretch of the imagination. So when I choose to go to Wikipedia for things like this, it is because it's probably more correct than some of the botany websites. So, Musaceae, it's flowering plants, right? We've talked about how woody angiosperms are the artists we call trees. So, taxonomically, it's very, very rare for both phylogenetic people, cladistic people, and taxonomic people. These are the three different ways to write down your classification of an organism. They universally agree about where Musaceae lies in the path of plants, which makes it in particular special. So what we know about bananas is agreed upon by all of the neckbeards, like 99.5. So the oldest fossil evidence of this family is like the late Cretaceous Palinotaxon, Spermatospermum chandlerae from North Carolina. So the banana was initially, or at least this family, in America. And as some of us Americans are aware of, there was an entire species of banana that was native to the Americans that went extinct due to pest and disease, a lack of immunity to those. So they are part of Zingiberalis, which is part of monocots, which are really, really ancient. The largest and most economically important genus in the family is Musa, which is banana and plantain. The genus had already been described by pre-Linnaean botanist George Eberhard, etc., etc. But what we're really getting to is banana as a berry. Let's do this. So, why bananas are berries? And we're also going to bring up the definition of a palm, because calling banana a palm is really a modern botany thing. You can still buy them. They're just not feasible for mass scale due to cost and disease. The Chandler bananas, though, are actually extinct. These are a reinvigoration of them. They did go completely extinct. So, a palm. So a palm. Oh, Cavendish. Yes, Cavendish is still around. It did also almost go completely extinct. I think they were down to like 50 plants at one point. So palms we typically refer to as a subcategory of berry. Tomatoes are generally considered palms. When you think of palms, it's a skin on the outside with seeds on the inside. Similar to a pomegranate, right? But they're not stone seeds. There's many small seeds. One of the definitions is that it has more than one carpel, and a carpel is a name for a plant uterus. So bananas start as berries. But modern botany says that they do have the traits of a palm, which is that their seeds are localized inside the skin and they have multiple carpels. Berries, especially aggregate berries, are defined by hanging from the plant that they come from. You can have multiple fruits from one carpel, which is very important as well. So one flower on a banana tree can produce multiple bananas. One flower on a tomato plant can actually produce multiple tomatoes. It doesn't, due to procedural agricultural genetic selection. But also the way that tomato plants grow, when you think of cherry tomatoes, they grow very similarly. Everything can be classified as an herb. We'll finish off with that. So berries is a fleshy fruit formed from a single ovary that typically contains multiple seeds, one carpel, fruit per carpel. Bananas develop from a single inferior ovary, meaning that it is below. So when you look at a flower, there is something underneath called the hypanthia. In us, this would be something like the placenta. So the hypanthia is also where strawberries develop, but there's a difference in strawberries, which we'll also get to. So it's developed underneath. Their pulp is the fruit's flesh, and in wild bananas, there are lots of hard seeds. So we, as people, think of bananas as a berry instead of a palm solely because of gen mod agricultural practices. In real bananas, there's just as many hard seeds as a pomegranate or a tomato. In real, all bananas are real, but in wild type. Cultivated bananas are usually seedless because the plants set fruit without pollination, a quirk called parthenocarpy. Meaning, parthenogenesis is self-fertilizing yourself. Most berries can fertilize themselves on the same plant, which in typical flowering plants, dioecious plants aside, so dioecious means like asparagus, there's a male plant and a female plant. Monoecious has both of the genders on one plant. So a monoecious plant, like a banana or a tomato, would typically have what's called an S1 through S4 indicators. And if the uterus had S1 and the pollen had S1, they would not be able to procreate. It's something like the same fail-safes that several animals have to not be able to be impregnated by their siblings. But bananas and a lot of fruit, because of how they require propagation, can self-fertilize. Another example of parthenocarpy, for those of you really wanting to have a clear picture, is when you cut open a bell pepper and you see that little baby pepper inside. That's parthenocarpy. So bananas don't produce seeds when they're self-fertilized. That's just a quirk of them. They have what's called an S2 inhibitor, but tomatoes will self-fertilize all the livelong day and still produce seeds. When botanists say berry, It's a simple fruit. It forms from one ovary of one flower, not from many ovaries or many flowers fused together. The wall of that ovary matures into the pericarp, which means the half carp, or essentially the uterine lining, which has 3 layers. The thin skin is the exocarp. The juicy or pulpy interior is the mesocarp. And the layer right around the seeds is the endocarp. If that whole unit, until a unit ripens a soft, edible tissue and stays closed at maturity, you are holding a berry. Oranges, grapes, technically cherries, but cherries are a subtype of berry called a drupe, and that just means it has its stone fruit. Watermelon, squash, pomegranate, pear, apple. All of these are types of berries. In berries, there are subclasses. That's where you get the palm definition, and you get the drupe definition. Banana anatomy, as you can see, these tiny little specks in wild banana are actually seeds. The mesocarp being this fleshy bit. The endocarp is like the center of an apple. If you were looking at the actual flower for an apple, you would see that the endocarp represents where the stigma and style come down and split into the individual carpels. That's what makes apples a pure berry instead of a type of palm. And then you get your mesocarp. The phloem bundles, they call them foam, I don't know why. The phloem bundles are how they get nutrition to the banana. Everyone who tells you to peel a banana from the bottom is incorrect. I'm sorry to say, the top of the banana is where it connects to the plant, and that is where it is intended to be opened. The top of the banana matures faster, receives sugar faster, and is sweeter. And if you eat from the bottom, you are at risk of having mush. I am so sorry for your loss, everyone who believed the other way. No, science dies on this hill. Science dies on this hill. Now, sociological or culinary might disagree in other ways. Oh, it's a handle, it's whatever. But as far as how the actual anatomy of a banana is constructed, it is the same as holding an apple by its stem side when you're eating it. Or like when you're eating grapes, you're holding the stems that hold the grapes. That's the same. So if you would not hold the stem on a cherry or a grape while you pick them off, then eating a banana from the bottom would be considered botanically correct. Bananas are what are called climactic fruit. So when they are on the tree, they are not entirely ripe. Climactic fruits are the fruits you cannot put next to other fruits. So onions are technically a fruit. And when you put something climactic next to another, it means you've pulled it off of the plant and it's now releasing ethylene, which we know is the murder gas, but is also the ripening gas. That ethylene will force things that ripen, that are already ripe when you pick them, to ripen further. So anything that gets more ripe when it is off the plant and is still edible, you can pick it off unripe, basically. That should be kept separate from your other fruits. Notice I have not said vegetables. That is where we get to the question of herbs. Herbs, in a botanical definition, is anything herbaceous. Something herbaceous is having an edible leaf or an edible stem. Almost everything that isn't poisonous is edible. It just might not be delicious. Almost any plant in existence is edible to a point. It's edible by someone. So when we say a plant is herbaceous, we simply mean it gets leaves and edible bits. So rosemary, sage, all of those, they take on a more strict definition of herb in a culinary sense because we are using their leaves specifically in our food. However, in a botanical sense, everybody is basically an herb, with the exception of some woody angiosperms and solanaceae. Tomatoes, eggplants. Notice here we have some subberries. We also have a peppo. This is a berry with a thick rind. Think cucumbers. Technically, watermelons and squash are peppos. Still a berry. However, here's where the misconceptions come. Aggregate accessory fruit. So strawberries are made in the hypanthea as well. However, all of their seeds bend down and over the hypanthea. It's as if you cut open your ovary and wrapped it around the uterus, quite literally. And so aggregate accessory fruit is like a period with ovules put on top. And that is what a strawberry is. Aggregate drupelets, so again, drupes being things that have hard seeds inside, are like raspberries and blackberries. So every seed, so on a strawberry, you're not actually eating the seed at all. You're not eating per se the fruit. You're eating the hypanthea that's covered in these little hard fruits called achenes.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Thanks, Trixie. In a raspberry and a blackberry, you are eating a bunch of little fruits that just so happen to stick to a central stem that is what was the uterus. Achenes are true fruits. So true fruits, like those of you in the Pacific Northwest, there's a type of plant that you can touch and the seed goes pew! This is an achene, a dried fruit that's not necessarily fleshy, that spits its seeds out, or that has seeds that can be planted. An achene or an achene, they can be pronounced either way, is what the fleshy receptacle where the rest of the aggregate of drupelets attaches to. So, bananas are not berries because they're big and seedless. False. Side and seedlessness do not define a berry. Formation from a single ovary with a fleshy pericarp does. Strawberries are berries. False. They are accessory fruits. The true fruits are the small achenes on the outside. Tomatoes are vegetables. False. They are a culinary vegetable, but they are botanical berry. One ovary, fleshy pericarp, multiple seeds. Melons are something else entirely. No, they are peppos. They are a subtype of berry. Peppo is a berry with a firm rind, typical of the gourd family. This is the favorite thing that botanists do to people is we go, hey, did you know there's no vegetables? Did you know? Did you know? Now, I'm here to tell you that that's also wrong. There are vegetables, but they're very small. It's a very small category. Vegetables are defined as things that you eat the vegetative portion of the plant and not the fruit. So it does have almost a purely culinary definition, right? But it does exist. Celery, your lettuces, herbs. So here's the unfortunate part. Rosemary is actually a vegetable. You're welcome. If you want to be botanical about it. Celery is actually the stem of the plant. That's why it has all those strings in it. It's the vein that helps move water. And it helps move sugar. So in celery, and that's also why celery is so full of water, because it's literally a stem it's like part of the pulmonary system of the celery plant. Spinach, being a leaf, means it's a sink, which A sink you can think of as fat on your thigh. It's where a plant stores sugar and nutrients. So all of our fat cells are sinks, like a plant sink. That's why it has more nutrients in general, and your leafy greens have more nutrients in general than your fruits. It has a significant less amount of sugar and starch. Most climacteric fruits are all starch until they're picked. So eating a raw potato or a raw banana is just unrefined carbs. As they ripen, that starch turns to sugar through a process caused by ethylene. And that process is what makes them edible. And this is why I have a thing against potatoes, because they are the same. Even though they're a tuber, they operate the same way as a banana without the extra banana nutrients. Plant facts. This one's less of a, I mean, it is a plant fact in knowing berries and stuff, but it's more of a science and how to read. Like this I would say is more, how do you understand how a botanist thinks versus how a cook thinks? Because all of the things you use in your kitchen to describe food, they're correct. They're just culinarily correct. They're not what a scientist would say. And the reason we use our scientific definitions is because they're consistent. The culinary definitions are not. They might be consistent for how we use it in how we cook, but they're not consistent for actually describing the organism at hand. Culinary definitions describe two very different fundamentally constructed organisms in different ways. In the same way, I mean. And then they describe two same biologically described organisms, such as a tomato and a banana, in very different ways. But it's because we eat them in different ways due to their flavor, which is one chemical in a construction of a plant. So you can go around being a troll like a botanist is, which is fun, and be like, there's no fruit, there's no veggies, ha ha ha. But the truth is they do exist. They just exist in context. They're like it's basically language. The word damn exists as much as the word shoot. And you would just use them in different contexts. It's more complicated because there is a proper context here where it's really just societal, where a lot of words are switched. Here, using the wrong word in a botanical context can actually do a lot of hurt for the research you're doing. Now, we have one more section to go. Let's end this stuff. As I mentioned at the top of stream, we're starting to make Tuesdays and Thursdays long streams, and that's so that people don't lose their streaks. What's going to happen is we are going to raid out, but I'm not going to actually end my stream. It's instead going to go on intermission. Because we ran really late with Shibuya Scramble, there won't be an evening game. Maybe, depends on personal scheduling. But I go take a break, make sure that I haven't talked my head off. Until Hollow Knight is done, it will still start at 7 p.m. So when I return, if it's not 7 p.m. yet, it will be the evening game. And then, as usual, we're playing Hollow Knight until I'm sick of it, or until I beat Grimm. And then we'll go do 9 Years of Shadows. So you're welcome to idle during intermission if you don't want to forget. But I know a lot of people are on their phones. You will still get an alert when evening starts because I'll be changing my title. So, let's finish this last 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to be on intermission. So, we're going back to where Minorikawa was talking to Endo Senior, Achi's dad. And we're going to jump over to Achi because Minorikawa asks to be put in contact with him. and we're given a jump point. And Achi is the only one that we haven't gotten to be continue for this time block, 11 to 12. So, off we go to Mr. Mean Clean. You are welcome, Megan. Hitomi, look! There it was. The blue van. This is the same van that in the opener there was a man inside. Hitomi was banging on the window and it blew up. So seeing this van gives me a certain amount of anxiety. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Achi couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitively something fishy about it. Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. He'd been right. The crooks had come back after all. I'm gonna go take a quick look, Achi said. You wait here. But before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed toward the van. Hold on! I said wait! Listen, you should know by now that Hitomi doesn't listen to you. She wasn't slowing down. Achi caught hold of her arm. Wait! This could be dangerous. What if the kidnapper's in there? And what if my sister's in there? I have to go help her. She knew full well what it was like to be impulsive, but this was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail. We can't just hang out here, she insisted. What if the car takes off again? That's why I said I was gonna go take a look first. Oh, I'm still in a webcam. Okay, let's go back to actual gameplay.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
Okay, this will be higher quality visuals. But isn't that dangerous? What if they do something to my sister because some rando guy comes snooping around? Oh, yeah, you got a point. She thought as fast as he could. The criminal told Hitomi to get into the van. There had to be some specific reason for that. What if they were planning to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. He had to make a snap decision. Oh no. Oh no. Sheldon lurk without Hildy. No, fuck off, Sheldon. What up? Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Hitomi's determination wavered at the look in Achi's eyes. Please, he continued, we have no idea who or what we might run into. If I think they're going to try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along. And I doubt they'll be interested in leaving then. Hitomi gave a reluctant nod. Please, be careful. Will do. And tell me if my sister's in there. I will. You can count on it. Achi stepped out into the open and started walking toward the van. He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying it any attention. Yeah, I'm just some ordinary motherfucker. I should read it as written. And as he got nearer, he tried to sneak a glimpse inside. The van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside, or even how many people. Casually, he moved closer still to get a better look. Suddenly, the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Achi was surrounded. Whoa, hey, what's the deal? Achi said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? He took another step toward the vehicle and looked inside. Oh, shit! One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket.
Now just tell me I'm beautiful and we can call it a day.
Bye, Adam. Pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it out in Achi's direction. He'd probably meant it as a simple threat, but on reflex, Achi went into self-defense mode, kicking him right in the jaw. There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped out like a light. The others stared, then rushed him. Well, this sure hadn't gone as planned. See you later. Too late to take it back now. The damage was done. Hachi was just going to have to take out the rest of these punks, too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys on 3-1 wasn't going to be pretty. Hachi! He heard Hitomi cry out. Crap. He hadn't given any signal, but she'd come out of hiding anyway. Hitomi, stay back! How was he supposed to fight off 3 guys and protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Within moments, a number of passersby had gathered around the fight. Maybe they'd heard Hitomi shouting. Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, is that a knife? This ain't just some petty squabble. Someone call the police. Some of them began taking photos with their cell phones. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back into the car. Hachi couldn't stop them. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he'd never catch them on foot, Hachi merely watched it go. He'd failed. This was his fault. All of it. Hachi bit his lip, hard. How could he possibly face Hitomi now? Hachi. Hitomi's voice was hollow, empty. Hachi stared down his feet like a scolded child. I'm sorry, I didn't see whether your sister is in there or not. I see. The words, so simple a matter of fact, stung him to the heart. I'm so sorry. But Hitomi simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse. I know I messed up, but He was going to say, I'll make up for it, somehow, but he froze with fear at what he saw next. Oh, no! Across the street, staring at them, was the man with the cane. Hitomi, it's him! They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hitomi by the hand and bolted down Dogenzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. Man, this guy can really move with a cane. Hachi wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into the alleys on side streets again? No. It was more dangerous to head someplace where there'd be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to Dogenzaka for now. The man wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in the crowd along Center Guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Hachi and Hitomi could outrun him. Hand in hand, they sped along Dogenzaka and through the intersection in front of the 109 building. Come on, Hitomi, just a little further. Okay! She was panting, but she pressed on. Hachi risked a glance back over his shoulder. Huh? He stopped in surprise. What's wrong? Hitomi asked. That guy. He's not following us. Hey, there's Kano back there! The slope leading down to the intersection wasn't all that steep. Defined. Intersection. Several plainclothes detectives have been hiding amidst the crowd in the intersection as part of the kidnapping stakeout. Right now, Dr. Kuza is sending a message to all officers over the wireless, and so the detectives have stopped to listen in. It's a bit unusual. An observant individual might notice. It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about his behavior right now. Hitomi, can you still run? Yes, I'm alright. Then this is our chance. This way. They needed to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again. But they also needed to find the van again and rescue Hitomi's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? But she wasn't sure one way or the other. But with Hitomi in tow, he hurried onward along Center Guy. Oh, dear. So next Tuesday, obviously, we will continue this incredibly stressful thing. As I mentioned before, we are going to raid out. Once she's dead, you'll understand. He's right back where we started. Buddy, you're a weirdo. Eos and I are one and the same. Please, keep this email a secret. Onward to noon, I guess. Alright, so this coming chapter, we do have all 5. We'll be returning to this next Tuesday, at our earlier time, 11. one more time. Schedule.
Tell me what you think,
explanation
Yorkie.
Here.
You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
So we are shifting Tuesdays to a long continuous stream because I have several viewers who care about their streams. And for someone with only 100-something followers, that's pretty cool. And I'd like to respect that. So instead of making them return multiple times in one day, we're going to be going on an intermission. We're going to raid out, but my stream won't stop. You're welcome to leave yourself idling here. And if you were lurking, you should follow because you should come back. I mean, especially if you're invested in this story, you can get an alert, and it all follows also make us streamers feel squishy. But regardless, we'll be back in, I have my intermission set for 2 hours, which is probably correct today, but it'll be anywhere from 60 minutes to 2 hours. I'm an introvert with an autoimmune disease. I guess it's not autoimmune. No, it is. Yeah. It's a circulatory disability. And so my energy, I definitely need a break. This is why I tended to do shorter
Ma'am,
streams.
someone has paid for your hydration.
Thank you, Trixie. Thank you, Theo. Did I miss snoozing the ads? I did miss snoozing ads. So, autoimmune disorder, yeah? Mine is manual immune. Shut up, Shannon. So, we'll be raiding out, but I will be sending out a title alert when the evening stream starts. As I said, feel free to lurk during the time, or come back later. Or I guess not at all. But that'd be a bummer. Viruses got hands, huh? Yeah, they do. Viruses got some hands. So let's raid out. Let's go raid. This is so this game, I would say, is not a game that's usually to my taste. It's called The Outlast Trials, but I am fond of the streamer. So we're gonna go ahead and raid the shops. When we get there, it'll be a braid, and I'll be back.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?